Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this snowy Sunday afternoon, evening. Yes, it is snowy out. We got our first real snowfall of the season already. And there wasn't even any warm up snowfalls. Sure, that makes sense. Like there wasn't even like a single sprinkling of snow with no accumulation or anything. It was just sudden, there's snow. Like just, there's a lot of snow right now. Which I don't terribly mind myself because I am a winter person and I do love the snow, and it puts a smile on my face when I wake up and open the blind to see everything covered in beautiful snow. But I do need to get my winter tires on. And when I get my winter tires on, I probably need to get those brakes fixed. So, yeah. Anyway. So far in the SandBox, we have Soul Life, the reference frame, Trevor Borens, the True Democratic Nora, the Johnny Too Late, Jet Super Strike 956 Nick Rich, and Etchbox. Wow, so many people already. Thank you for coming out. Super appreciate it. Super Strike 9, I'm feeling ya. I'm feeling ya. The new budget sucks, but it's be even worse if it fails to pass and we have to go through another election. I feel ya. I feel ya. Neither option are good. Especially considering that the NDP don't even have a real leader right now. It's, yeah. Not good. Not good. I imagine, though, there's going to be some shenanigans with the Conservatives to shake things up with the budget. Hello, Oregon and Lou. Welcome to the SandBox. I'm not sure I've seen you out here before. Yeah. It's also snowy in Quebec, says the reference frame. Yep. Oh, yeah. So I'm a little discombobulated. That's normal, but reasons. Frodo's health, my cat. I got an email from the vet on Friday saying that they're comfortable going through with the surgery with him, but then they haven't given me a date yet. And the mass on his neck is getting bigger. The longer we wait, the more difficult the surgery will be, and he's been barely eating. And this is going to sound bad at first, but what I'm hoping is that he's basically, it's painful, and that's why he's not eating. So then that way, when it gets removed, he'll go back to eating again. That's the only thing I can hope for, but his health is, because I did have somebody ask me, like, is it a good idea to put him through the surgery? And here are my options right now. I do nothing, the mass gets worse, and despite him being relatively healthy otherwise, I'd have to put him down. Or risk the surgery, and he might pass away peacefully on the table. Or they might be able to remove the mass, and who knows how much time he would have after that. It's hard to say because, he does have his kidney issues, so that can always turn the tables at any time. But he was doing so well before the mass. He was eating, he plays, he's active, he can jump up on the bed, he's affectionate. Like, if his health had declined in his old age, similar to what, let's say, Tulip was, where she had a decent quality of life, but I wouldn't say it was good. Like, she could still get herself to the food dish, she could still purr and stuff like that, but she wasn't having a great quality of life, but it was decent. Whereas Frodo seems to have a good quality of life, you know? And it wrecks me. It wrecks me, the thought of it, of losing him. Especially in November. November is traditionally a rough month for me. Just a lot of bad anniversaries this month that haunt me. And losing him this month would just not be good. So, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. The sooner I can get the surgery done on him, the better. I'm worried. I'm worried that the surgery might end him, but without it and that mass just getting bigger, it's no good options. No good options. I can't just snap my fingers and magically make him better again. But that cat is my life. 18 years of my life. You know, he's my anchor. He's my anchor. So, super stressed. Super stressed. But, yeah, turning that around a bit. I've been showing off a doggy drawing that I've been doing recently, and it is done. I might do some minor tweaks tomorrow, but not enough that would be noticeable on camera. So if you put a lot of smiley faces and hearts in the SandBox, I'll show you the doggy drawing. But yeah, it's Oregon, and Lou says we got some snow here in Vermont. Yeah, I love snow. I've always been a winter person, like ever since I was a child. I've just always been a winter person. Because some people might think that my low in November might be due to like the cold and the snow and the dark. But it's more like if it wasn't for that, I probably wouldn't make it through a lot of Novembers, because seeing the snow, it gives me a very serene, like peaceful feeling. And it really does help me to stay calm. So, Super Strike, yep, no real leader and like 7 seats, not the best, yeah. For the NDP. We'll get more into the NDP and everything there. Let's see. 56 Nickrich, the Canadian government actually managed to offer a budget to be considered, unlike our American neighbors. They shut down everything, we don't. Yeah, there is that at least. Like, at least while they're arguing over the budget, we don't shut down. Like, that is a good thing. Oh, hello, Atticus Among Us. Welcome to the SandBox. Let's see. Jet, I hope they can remove the mask. Yeah, I hope so too. Oregon and Lou, we have a wonderful foundation here in Vermont called, I don't know how to say that, fund, which pays for most of the cat surgery. I had $2,300 worth of work done on my kitty, so super grateful. And that's in American dollars, I would imagine. Yikes. I do go for a not-for-profit vet here, so, you know, it can still be pricey, but it's pretty much at cost of the supplies and the hours and stuff like that. It's a not-profit that people with low income can deal with. Yes, this is live, Diamond Weight Loss. Welcome to the SandBox. Hello, John. Hello, John and John. There's 2 Johns, John Glad5 and Real John Litham. Welcome, welcome. I did see some hearts, but I don't know if that's enough hearts to show off the amazing doggy drawing that I was doing. Super Strike, pets are family members, yeah. Reference frame, fall is my favorite season. Yeah, summer is my least favorite. Like all of the seasons, like I love living in a part of the world that has seasons. I do like the change. They all have their pros and cons, but you know, if I had to do a ranking, it'd probably be winter, fall, spring, summer type thing. Because the summer, it's just the heat. The heat gets me. It gets me. And the really long days here, because, you know, it's just where you are in the globe. But it can be light out at 10 o'clock at night. And I don't like that. I really don't. Okay, now I'm seeing some hearts. But I do like the fact that we have, or at least we used to have actual seasons when I was a kid. Diamond, I have mods that help keep the sandbox clean. Oh. Let's see. Okay, I'm seeing lots of hearts now. Okay, you get to see the doggy drawing. So like I said, I'm probably just going to do some like minor tweaks tomorrow, but it's more or less done. You ready? You ready? Boom. Let's see. I should probably turn off the lights so you can get a better view of it without the glare. Let's see. Oh, that does not look better. I think they actually look better with the lights on. There we go. Maybe back up here a bit. There we go. There we go. Oh, and thank you for the compliments on my artwork. Yeah. It is an adorable puppy. So just a reminder to people who are low income, living with poverty, due to the generous outpouring I've received for people helping me with my car bill and my vet bills that I'm dealing with right now. I offered that should I get a certain amount for towards the donations, like towards the bills, that I would offer a portrait at cost to people living with poverty. And right now, 6 of those portraits are available. So what at cost means is that you'd be paying for it to get digitally professionally scanned, a print for my records, and shipping. So that's it. That's all you'd be paying for. So if you are interested in that, just send me an email at sandylovis@gmail.com or at leftofthebox@gmail.com, and we can start talking about it. But right now, 6 of those portraits are up for grabs. So, let me know, and don't be proud. I'm not going to be means testing anyone. So far, nobody has inquired about it. You deserve it. Don't think that somebody else is more deserving of it, so then you're reluctant to say it. You deserve it. And if it's something that you can never afford to pay on your own to get a portrait like that, then you deserve it. You do. So shoot me an email if this is something. Keep in mind, I'm in Canada, so if you want it shipped to somewhere like the United States, it's gonna cost a little bit more for, customs and whatnot. But yeah, so be sure to check it out or email me if that is something that you are interested in. And hello, Donald Duck. Art? That's cool, I guess. Yeah, I do art. I talk about politics here on my channel, but, I do more than one thing. I'm very versatile. John Glad, I thought that was a picture. It's done from a picture, but it is not a picture. And once I get the professional scan of it done too, I'll put together the progress video of it so you can actually see the progress of it. 56 Necroplasm, YouTube keep 30% of all donations. There are better ways to donate, but don't forget you can also donate something here, example. Thank you for the $1 super chat. 56 Necroplasm, yes. YouTube just... So it's one of those things, like when people ask me about my book, again, very versatile with what I do, my book here, and they ask me, is it better for me financially if they pay for the book with the copies I have, or if they buy it straight from Amazon, which is linked in the description box below. A horror vampire book, which is a really awesome book. Thank you again for another $1 super chat, 56 Nick Rich. So my answer to that is always both. So technically, I make more from the book when you buy them direct from me because I paid at cost rates to get them from Amazon type thing. However, they don't go towards a count. So if I wanted to become like a best-selling author and stuff like that, it doesn't count if I buy 5,000 copies of my own book type thing. Not that I could afford that, but you know, that's the thing. It doesn't help it get boosted in Amazon. And it's the same with these sorts of things with the super chats and whatnot. I get more money if you're Canadian if you just send me an e-transfer, because then there's nothing taken off. I think the rates to Patreon are actually no, they're less on Patreon. They're less on Patreon. So the rates on Patreon are less. However, when you put super chats into the SandBox and you engage and just keep on chatting in the SandBox, you know, become a member and all that sort of stuff, it helps it in the YouTube algorithms, so more people get to see it. So really, it's all of the above. Like all of the ways of helping out have their own pros and cons. So I would suggest all that, because you can become a member of the SandBox, or you can become a patron, which is also linked in the description box below. But yeah, a few more people are jumping in. Atticus among us, hermeteorologist. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, so all of the ways of supporting my channel helps. There's also an Amazon wish list in the description box below, which I know I hate corporations too, but it's the best way if you just have like a one-off that you want to get me something nice, something for my art studio, something for my YouTube studio, something for my cats, and something just for me. I need to go and get some more cat treats tomorrow because, like I said, Frodo is not doing well, and right now the only thing he's eating is some cat treats. So I have to get more of those, and I'm going to try to get like a different type of wet food, like a fancy feast or something, and see if he eats that too, while I'm waiting for the surgery. But it's when he passes away, and hopefully that's years from now, I'm going to be out of commission for a bit. That cat is my world. He is. Like, I do have the other two babies, but we don't have that type of relationship. And when Frodo passes away, I'm going to be getting him cremated, and that will be the first time that I've gotten a cat cremated, because I can't stand the thought of being away from him. Anyway, I can't talk about it too much, or I'm going to end up bawling at the beginning of this, and there's enough in like the budget and stuff that makes me want to cry anyway, for all different reasons. Oregon Lou, what do I think of the shutdown here in the US? I think it's just a shitty situation all around for you guys. It's painful, but I don't think the Democrats should budge on what they're doing without massive concessions. But I think more people are understanding it's the Republicans' fault for the shutdown. So it's important that the Democrats get out there and start communicating to their communities, to their constituents, how to support each other, how to do mutual aid, encourage churches and food banks to be better stocked up and help the people in their community. It's really on the Democrats now to talk to their constituents and start doing that sort of thing, like community help programs and stuff like that, to help with the worst of it, because people are suffering there. They really are. And it's a shitty situation, but the Democrats should have never let it get this far in the first place. Like, that's the thing about a lot of these things that we talk about in politics. These were starting a long time ago, like the austerity that we're seeing here in Canada, the crumbling healthcare and education system. All of this started a long time ago. And that's why I'm more for, like, we need to do the leapfrogging for change, We can't do incrementalism anymore because, you know, by the time things might eventually get better, so many things will be lost by then. So many people will be suffered. So many people won't be alive because of it. We need drastic change now for the sake of the world, like with the environment and everything too. Yeah, it is pretty much a shitty situation down in the States. Let's see. Donald Duck at the reference frame. I saw that Canada might fall to. There's the risk of an election. I'm not sure it will come to that. And again, it's not for good reasons and all that sort of stuff. But we'll get into it. And how about... All right, I don't start off with the budget talk. I usually start off with stuff related to Gaza and Palestine and whatnot. Palestinians. I start off with, you know, it's usually the worst stories. But, you know, there's a whole bunch of really shitty stories smuttered all through this. Gotta love politics, huh? Yeah. But there is a chance that there will be an election here in Canada for Christmas. Yay! Not ideal, not ideal. Especially with the NDP and the very horrid position that they're in. But you know, if Jagmeet Singh had just read the tea leaves earlier and stepped down as leader months before the last election and we got a different leader in for the last federal election, they wouldn't be sitting at 7 seats right now. Okay, let's get into it. So, sometimes I see these tweets from our political leaders, Mark Carney in particular, and sometimes I get it. It's like right on the anniversary or something. I still don't like them, but I get it. This one was just kind of out of the blue. It was just his way of saying, yep, I'm a Zionist without saying I'm a Zionist. And he just, yeah, it's just out of the blue that he tweeted this out. And it's like, yeah, he's just really, really wanting to communicate to Canadians that he only cares about one side over there. And that is he supports Israel unequivocally. Like, that is it. He supports Israel. Because I have never seen him tweet about Palestinians like this. Never. Despite the fact that hundreds of thousands of them have been killed since Israel started its, I don't want to say started the genocide per se, because they started it a long time, but since October 7th. So, this is from Mark Carney. Today I met with the parents of 2 Canadians murdered by the terrorist organization Hamas on October 7th, 2023. You know what? The IDF, terrorist organization, probably should label it as such. And I'm pretty sure there were Palestinian Canadians that have been slaughtered over there too. I don't see Mark Carney saying boo about that. Because we know that there were thousands of Canadians, like dual citizens and whatnot, in Gaza, and they have not been able to flee. You know, there's special visa program for 3,000 people to come over here. Only if they already have relatives can go to their embassy to get the paperwork done, prove that they're not part, blah, 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 blah. You know, do everything without infrastructure. You know, it's ridiculous. So their remarkable strength in the face of unimaginable grief is a testament to the resilience of the Jewish people. My message to Jackie, Raquel, and Ellen, Adia, and Alexandra will not be forgotten, not by me, not by our government, and not by our country. And I do feel horrible for these people. Like, I don't agree with the October 7th attack. That was a terrorist attack. Nobody is really questioning that. It was horrible war crimes, but has he sat down with a single person who has lost their entire family, dozens of people in Gaza because of what Israel is doing? No, he hasn't. There are people who have lost like extended family, 30, 40 people in Gaza, and while they're over here. It is beyond belief the horror of what's happening to the Palestinians in Gaza. Sane people can't imagine that unless you've lived through it, how bad it is. And he is always propping them up. He also tweeted out when he was going to the Nova musical commemoration tour or whatever, when that was on tour, he went there and tweeted out about that. But this is just, he tweeted this out on November 6th. It's not related to a specific anniversary or anything, but he just wants to make clear what side he falls on. Because he has never done anything like this for the Palestinians. He has never talked about their unimaginable grief. He's never, talked about, their resilience, their testament to the resilience of the Palestinian people. You never hear that from him. Never. And it's just the way everything here is covered is so biased, and certain news stories just seem to slide under the radar. And even when people speak up, they suffer a lot of backlash because here, Olivia Chow, mayor of Toronto, Canada's largest city, has finally said it's a genocide. We know. And it's good that she finally said it, but, really late. But we'll just watch the first little bit of this. We don't need to watch the full 6 minutes.
And here in Toronto, a global city, we feel the pain of what happens around the world. The genocide in Gaza impacts us all. Our common bond, our shared humanity is tested. And I will speak out when children anywhere are feeling the pain and violence and hunger. The stories of so many Palestinian children and families live with me, especially the story of Hind Raja.
Yeah. So here she is, very directly calling it a genocide, saying it's horrendous. And here we have the National Council of Canadian Muslims tweeting out, in support of her, saying, "We want to begin by saying something very clearly. This weekend at the NCCM Islamic Relief Canada Gala, the mayor of Canada's largest city stood with us and spoke the truth. That what is happening in Gaza is a genocide. That truth matters. It matters to the mothers who have buried their children. It matters to those who have been silenced and vilified for saying what is obvious to anyone with eyes and conscience. And it matters to every Canadian who still believes that moral courage must guide public life. Mayor Chow's words tonight were not about politics. They were about acknowledging the genocide in Gaza and the path forward. It is an acknowledgement that has important policy implications, as we all know, because as well also we all know, there are far too many who have not made this acknowledgement. Mayor Chow's words tonight make it clear that recognizing genocide for what it is the only ethical imperative. The standard should be speaking the truth. What is happening is a genocide. The time where everyone had to sit around and pretend that it wasn't happening has passed. Okay, they probably should have proofread this before tweeting it out. But anyway, still. Yeah, so it's good. And of course, because she did that, there are groups now saying that she should be held accountable, that she should resign for acknowledging the truth. And of course, it's this group here that I don't know how to say, B'nath Birth or something like that. Zionist group, extreme Zionist group, Tell the Integrity Commissioner to hold Mayor Chow accountable for stating the truth. And Dmitry Lascaris is just saying the genocidal racists at Benath Birth, Canada, are at it again. Now the Toronto's mayor has finally an asterisk, as in took you long enough, but good, acknowledge what the whole world can plainly see, namely that Israel's committing a genocide, and Benath Birth is demanding that the mayor be investigated by the Integrity Commission just for saying what is true. That is it. It's true. And one of her council members, Brad Bradford, kind of an unfortunate name, Brad Bradford, very upset by Mayor Chow saying what we all know. So Ward 19 Councillor Brad Bradford told The Sun that Chow should focus on issues impacting her city instead of foreign affairs. Well, you see, the thing is that Toronto, large city, also has a large Muslim and Palestinian population. If this was a genocide happening anywhere else, it's expected that the mayor would acknowledge it and support the communities that are suffering with it. That is part of her role as mayor, and it should be his too as a councillor. I wish Mayor Chow was telling people what she would do to ensure the safety of everyone in Toronto rather than weighing in on a conflict thousands of miles away, especially when it runs counter to the Government of Canada's position, said Brad. Yeah, it shouldn't, that's the thing, again, is that the Canadian government, instead of Mark Carney sitting down with just the family members of the victims on October 7th, they should also be acknowledging the genocide. Yes, again, the fact that we still have to make those disclaimers that, yes, of course, what happened on October 7th is horrible. We all know that, but the fact that we still have to make disclaimers or people will yell out, you're being anti-Semitic. These are two separate things at this point. Nothing justifies October 7th. October 7th doesn't justify Israel committing a genocide. They're two separate war crime terrorist attacks. But as somebody points out, Brad Bradford might be a little biased on this situation because, yeah. Somebody saying, this you? Uh-huh. He's, he's slightly biased on the situation, especially for somebody that's trying to scold the mayor for getting involved with overseas conflicts. He seems to be busy doing the same thing. I think there was something more. Oh, right. We'll get back to it. Yeah. So he's busy getting, so this is Brad Bradford. And even Mehdi Hassan is like, this is ridiculous. She's right. Mehdi Hassan was commenting on this story because the National Post tweeted out or has an article saying Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow is facing controversy for saying there is a genocide in Gaza. Let's see. Jewish groups are calling on Olivia Chow to retract her words and apologize, while the Canadian Anti-Semitic Education Foundation called for Chow to resign. Again, for simply acknowledging the truth. Well, there's more. There's more of the way that the media covers things and the way it's always one-sided with their coverage, and the fact that there's certain stories that can just go so under the radar. I'm fairly certain that unless you live on Twitter like I do, you've not heard about these next two stories that I'm about to cover. Whereas if we play that game, had it been Muslims doing this to Jewish people, it would be blasted all over mainstream media. That's the only thing they'd be talking about right now. And we'll see. You'll get where I'm going with this. And so first, Benath Birth was saying today, a mob of masked extremists violently attacked a private event near Toronto Metropolitan Metropolitan University, reportedly breaking glass door and causing visible injuries to one of the invited speakers at an educational program hosted by Campus SSI, Students Supporting Israel Chapter. Now, if you were to take this at, face value as to what this organization is saying, it's like, well, yeah, if mass people break into a private event and start assaulting people, it's bad. That's not what happened. There's footage of it. That's not what happened. This was a targeted act of hate against Jewish students and blah, blah. Okay, no, it wasn't, because the person that was there was an IDF soldier going on a talking tour in Canada. So Dimitri here again is saying the genocidal racists just can't stop lying. First, the triad omits to mention that the students who protested this event at the Toronto Metropolitan University did so because the event featured former soldiers of Israel's terrorist military. Second, the mob of extremists was entirely peaceful and did not harm or threaten anyone. Third, it was not protesters who broke the glass door. Rather, it was an Israeli terrorist who did so. That person who did it, and we're about to see this human trash, even acknowledged that it was him that broke the glass. So it's time for Toronto Met's administration to stop pandering to these purveyors of genocidal propaganda. And like I said, there's footage of this. It's not graphic, but it's graphic as in you see a man throwing around women half his size. But there's no blood or anything of that sort. But, if you're sensitive to that type of assault, then you might want to look away for just a few minutes. So watch this, says Noor. Students advocating against the genocide of Palestinians at Toronto Metropolitan University have once again subjected to Zionist violence. So here the caption reads, Toronto students brutalized by IOF soldier Jonathan, I don't know how to say this last name, at TMU event.
Lock them in the room! You're not allowed to touch them! You're not allowed to touch them! Assault!
You're moving!
You're not allowed!
The student group, Students Supporting Israel, hosted a genocidal soldier with TMU's permission in a cross-campus event called Combat on College. Yeah, that's the very, So the event was called Combat on College. But they're thinking that because some people showed up to peacefully protest that they're the violent ones.
Everyone's fucking
Don't fucking touch me! This is a sign! Don't touch him! No! 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 No!
So that's assault. That's just flat out assault. That person should be charged. It's on camera. There's no reason why he shouldn't be charged right now for assault. Like, he should be arrested for assault. Because that's exactly what it was, because those students were peacefully protesting. They weren't threatening. They weren't doing anything. And he quite obviously assaulted them. So Samara, who is a independent journalist, was also saying, she's a broadcaster producer at Online Media. She's saying the only extremist was the Israeli soldier who was throwing female Toronto Met students around like rag dolls. Why are soldiers complicit in genocide doing campus tours in Canada? What kind of fucking world are we living in? So, and she's replying to CIJA, which is in their Zionist group here in Canada. Another violent protest in Toronto demonstrators forced their way into a building. One person was injured. again, they're negating to mention that the person who was injured was that man who was throwing people around. He broke the glass with his hand. Extremists are threatening our way of life and must face real consequences. Yes, peacefully protesting. Well, this next story, the mainstream media finally picked up on it, and there's a couple articles on it. But again, if this was the other way around, if this was a Muslim person who approached a group of Zionists who were protesting and did what this person does, you can be damn sure it'd be plastered all over mainstream media. It'd be like international news right now. And I think it was only because of pressure from online groups pointing this out that it finally got acknowledged in the news, like in more mainstream news things. So here, City News is reporting Toronto woman charged after allegedly producing a bottle with suspected hazardous chemical during demonstration. Here we go. Get that back to the beginning.
We have our rights here as a Muslims because I'm a hijabi also. And why she came to me, especially to me, on me, to do that.
It happened here at Bathurst Street and Shepherd Avenue West Sunday afternoon, where pro-Palestinian protesters were gathering, as they have for several months, not far from where a pro-Israeli rally typically takes place.
She's dangerous.
I saw when she was shook the bottle and open it.
What's this?
What this?
What's this?
Hey!
This video taken by a pro-Palestinian demonstrator on Sunday. According to Toronto police, the suspect approached the group and got into a verbal confrontation, then produced a bottle containing a suspected hazardous chemical. And you could see the woman removing the cap and shaking the bottle towards the demonstrators.
It's very scary because I couldn't expect that will happen in front of the police.
Police say they could not confirm what liquid the woman was holding. In the video, a label on the bottle reads ammonium hydroxide, a substance commonly found in many industrial products and cleaners that can cause harm if mishandled.
Now, a lot of people are saying that the news wasn't pointing out the symbol and stuff that you see on this woman's shirt. But this clip actually does get around to mentioning that. So this clip does a good job from City News of actually explaining what happened. But it's just, I can understand people's frustration. Also, as with a lot of media in Canada, when it's something like this, you have to know to look for it. Like, I had to specifically search for this story in order to come across it. So these types of things aren't pushed to the top by these news networks, because there's a lot of stories that people will say, well, this isn't being reported on here in Canada, when in actuality they are. It's just that unless you specifically know to look for them, you won't find them.
This kind of thing has been happening more and more often. Anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian, and often kind of mixed together or intersecting with Islamophobic forms of harassment and even physical attacks have been on the rise.
Stephen Joe of the National Council of Canadian Muslims says the woman who was arrested was wearing a shirt with the logo of a far-right organization called the Jewish Defense League, a group he would like to see banned.
Public safety needs to do more to put these groups on their list.
They are a terrorist group.
To enforce the ban on these groups, such as the Jewish Defense League, the JDL, which is not on the list yet.
Doreen says this is her third incident facing violence while protesting. Police have arrested 67-year-old Gabriella Bodis of Toronto. She's now facing multiple charges, including assault with a weapon. The allegations haven't been proven in court.
Now, would it surprise no one if to find out that this wasn't the first time this particular woman has assaulted people? No, I don't want to do an up next. Stop that countdown. How there's no X anyway. And we'll get into it in just a minute, but here Middle East Eye also has the video and her face is visible in it. So here Middle East Eye is saying a pro-Israel woman wearing a Jewish Defense League sweater was arrested in Toronto, Canada, after attempting to launch a chemical attack on pro-Palestine protesters using a bottle of Regent-grade ammonia hydroxide, a highly concentrated toxic laboratory chemical capable of causing severe burns and lung damage. Not entirely sure if that's been proven, but this was one of the first, networks to really start reporting on this story. So they might just be going by what they saw on the bottle, but I don't know if it's been proven what was in the bottle. Footage shows her shaking the bottle, opening the cap, and threatening the crowd before police stepped in. At least the police stepped in. That's rather depressing that I have to... It's like, oh, the police actually did their job in this instance. She was heard shouting excuses about owning a janitorial company as officers replied, "You weren't engaging in cleaning when you opened it." Fire crews later confirmed the chemical was lab-grade ammonium hydroxide. That's the thing. It's so hard to know because the city news was saying that they don't know, but this is saying they do know. I don't know their sources. It wouldn't surprise me if it was the actual stuff. As we can see, this woman has a pattern of this type of stuff. And since she's never really faced any severe consequences before, people tend to escalate. So police issued a statement saying a female was arrested on scene for an assault with a weapon and uttering threats. Critics say the incident reflects a growing extremism among pro-Israel groups who have increasingly turned to intimidation and violence against demonstrators supporting Palestine and calling out Israel's genocide.
Look out behind you.
So this happened on November 2nd.
What you are doing here? Right?
Hey, what's this?
What this?
What's this?
Hey? What this?
What are you doing with this?
No, you have to arrest her.
She's dangerous.
No.
She's dangerous. You should, yes.
You, other side of the line. You.
Look what she holds.
You're coming with me.
Go.
Already she's up on that ground.
Yeah.
You should arrest her.
Oh my God.
She's dangerous.
قاعدة تهددني بهذا الليل.
And here you can see that they're testing it.
I own a cleaning company, a janitorial company. I fucking own it. I'm supposed to have that shit on me, dumbass.
You can have a janitorial service and you can own that stuff, but when you open it and start shaking it towards people, then it becomes a weapon.
You opened it.
Anything can be used as a weapon, okay?
As that cop says, anything can be used as a weapon.
Then why do these fucking prostitutes have loudspeakers? They're a weapon.
What's your done?
Dumbass motherfuckers. They get more than one person in those things.
And so here's more from Samira, just pointing out that this wasn't this woman's first time at this. So Samira saying, I first filmed Gabrielle Baudet on campus of the University of Toronto on September 6, 2024. Yesterday, she was arrested by Toronto police for the incident here. I knew I recognized this kid today. He was threatening people. So this is about the event on Toronto campus from September 6th. And it'll play a bit more. There she is right there with a big JDL flag. A video of Toronto police apprehension is below. She approached pro-Palestinian protesters with the ammonium hydroxide. She's wearing this insignia here and the terrorist designated Jewish Defense League on her clothing. So when I filmed Gabrielle on the U of T campus that last year, she held the flag of it. And yeah, so not the first time. Oh, and remember we were talking about Brad Bradford earlier? Well, here last week, Councillor Brad Bradford was at a get-together in Toronto with supporters of the Jewish Defense League and their former director, Mir Weinstein. Remember we were just talking about Brad Bradford? Yeah, He definitely has some pro-Israel biases going on. Okay. But, you know, he's quick to scold Olivia Chow for saying what was happening in Gaza is a genocide, and meanwhile he's sitting down with a terrorist group for, you know, tea and coffee and stuff. Maybe donuts, because it's Canada. Okay, I can close these tabs. And bring a cat onto my lap. Come on. Come on. You can jump up. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Abernappy. This one is Abernappy. Say hi to everyone. Show off your adorable face. Okay, yeah, get comfortable, but don't eat anything here. Don't eat cords. Here we go. Let's put you this way. He's a big kitty. He can't stay on my lap too long when I'm sitting here. If I'm sitting like on my couch and I have my legs outstretched, then he can actually sit on me longer, but he's a big, heavy kitty, so he can't stay on my lap too long. Yeah, luckily, even though I just closed all those tabs and I still have a bazillion tabs open still, I got around to indexing the other tabs that I had open for my other project. So now that the doggy drawing is pretty much done, put some hearts in there if you haven't seen the doggy drawing because you're just showing up. Now that that doggy drawing is done, I'm going to start getting back to work on my TYT video essay. So I had like 30 tabs open just for that, of things that I was going to get down to. So then I actually indexed all of them, have the links in a Word document so I could close all of them so my computer wasn't constantly screaming at me while I was trying to do these live streams for having like 100 tabs open, not exaggerating, 100 tabs. So yeah. Oh, come here. Come here. So yeah, I'll be getting back to work on my TYT video essay starting next week. Just, okay, down you go. It all just depends on where my mind is with Frodo and when I hear back from the vet as to when he can get his surgery and all that sort of stuff. No, you guys stay down for now, sweetie. Okay, can you just stay down for a few minutes? I'm working, honey. What was I going to get to next? Let's go back. That's provincial. I thought I had something else. Oh, right. I was going to do that first and then get into the budget. Okay. But before we move on, okay, fine. Fine. You can jump on my lap while I'm in the sandbox, okay? Let's check the sandbox. No. Move this closer to my mouth. Let's see what people are saying in the sandbox. And welcome, everyone. Got a good number of folks out today. Hey, stop that. Let's see. There's Grand Theft Autobot, JK, or Perfumer. Welcome, everyone. Sorry if I missed your name. Bad Lefties here. Let's see. Hello, Kevin Logan and viewers. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Got a kitty cat here. You get to see kitty cat. There. Oh, you get to see kitty cat. Oh, no, don't eat that. He likes to try to eat my earbuds. So for those of you who are just raiding over, thank you, Pawn Jumpers. We just covered some new stories that should be bigger in the news about people attacking Palestinian protesters. One of them is a former IOF soldier at a campus that just assaulted some peaceful protesters, and another woman who was threatening to throw a toxic material on some peaceful protesters, and also talking about how Mark Carney is, very sympathetic towards the family members of the victims of the October 7th attack, which, again, horrible incident, but he's never once done that sort of thing for anyone, any Palestinians. He's never sat down with a Palestinian that has lost 40 family members in Gaza to talk about their resilience and strength and all that sort of stuff. So just a massive double standard. And then I'm just about, after I check some comments in the SandBox, I'm going to be just a couple little updates on a story I've been covering about the commercial that Doug Ford ran in the United States about tariffs that, made Trump have a temper tantrum and call off all trade talks with Canada. Then after that, I'm going to be getting into the absolutely conservative, the liberal budget that was just proposed would make Keir Starmer blush. It's just, it is so conservative. It is horrid. And we'll be getting into that just after this next little news docket. So before we do that, cat hair all over my nose and in my makeup. Go and check the SandBox. Super Strike 9 saying NDP needs a permanent leader pronto and regroup as a party. The Liberal and Conservative parties are not working. True, but it's not going to be until March. I recently had on, everyone go check it out. I recently had on a candidate for the NDP federal leadership, Tony McQuail. So please go and check out that interview with him. I'm hoping to get on all the candidates at some point. And yeah, it's a process and it's not going to happen anytime soon. So if this budget fails in the House, like if it doesn't get voted through, it is a confidence bill. It's a money bill, so it's a confidence bill. And if it doesn't pass, then that means we get launched into an election, which would mean we would be voting around Christmas, which would mean the NDP, not even party status right now, they lost so many seats, would be going into this election without an official leader. So they probably don't want to have that happen now, but at the same time, they need to show they have some sort of integrity, hold some sort of principles, and they can't support the bill that was proposed. But we'll get more into it when we get into it. Let's see. Yes, sweetie. You can't come on my lap right now. You're too heavy. You're too heavy. Let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. Super Strike 9 saying it's a genocide is the lowest bar to pass. Pretty much. Like, seriously, if it's taken you this long, I don't know. Their head is just in the sand. Sand into the SandBox. 56 Nick Rich. Olivia Chow was elected mayor of Toronto with 102 names on the ballot. What does democracy require? A plurality. In Canada. First past the post systems. Yay. Okay, you've been on my lap enough, Abernathy. Down you go, down you go. Oh, and since we just had a whole bunch of pawn jumpers, you get to see my latest drawing. Doggy. Isn't it cute? This is my latest drawing that I did for a charity event. I donated an portrait for a silent auction item, and this is the winner of the portrait. So they're going to get this very soon. I may make some small tweaks on it tomorrow, but it's done. It's pretty much done. It's hard to show in the light because of the glare of the graphite, but yeah. And a reminder, 6 of those are available right now for people living with poverty at cost. So the cost of it to get digitally scanned, professionally scanned, a print for my records, and shipping. It's open to you pawn jumpers if you want it. It's just I have no idea what shipping it overseas would be. And I'd be in a constant state of anxiety the entire time. I've worked in supply chain and I'd be so worried about the condition of it. But it's technically available for people living with poverty. There's no means testing. It's just if you would never be able to afford a portrait like that, now's the time. Let's see. What people are saying in the sandbox. Grand Theft Autobot. Brad Bradford is a comic book name. Yeah. $56 Nick Rich. Toronto doesn't need a $100 billion highway tunnel either. We'll be getting into that because we'll be talking a bit about the provincial budget as well. Or the fact that, the federal budget came out and Doug Ford is a little upset that he wasn't included. That the $100 billion tunnel under a highway wasn't included in the federal budget. He's a little upset about that. Doug Ford and Mark Carney, they're having a bit of a falling out between the ad that we're about to cover and the fact that he was totally, what's the word? Miffed? No. Dismissed? No, not included. There's a word for it. Overlooked? Something like that. Overlooked with the budget. Probably because it's a stupid ass project and will never get done. But we'll be talking about it, like I said, a bit later. Oops. Let's see. Donald Duck, why is he in the country and not under arrest for war crimes for what he did in occupied land? Good question. Good question. Because you know what? If somebody were to escape from Gaza, a Palestinian, and try to make it over to Canada, the amount of scrutiny they would be under would be almost impossible. But, an IOF soldier who has most likely committed war crimes if they spent any time in Gaza over the past decade, they're allowed in, not a problem. And they can go on college tours. Let's see. People are talking about French in the sandbox. Okay, let's see. Going to try skipping through. I'm going to be missing a lot of comments. Sorry about that. But, I have a few dockets to get through, and I always spend so much time in the sandbox that I, get so far behind, and I don't want to be up till midnight. Hello, Carrie Woods. Hello, Rachel. Hello, Furemal Music. Rachel is wondering, Frodo is not doing well right now. Talked about it a bit at the beginning of the stream. I'll probably end by talking a bit about him, but I can't talk too much about him in between without potentially getting emotional. Because he's alive right now. I'm just worried. I'm worried about his condition. Rachel Atwood, who's the third party in Parliament right now. So we have the Liberals in minority position, barely. The Conservative Party Canada, then it's the Bloc Québécois, and then the NDP, and then a Green, who might hold the balance power should there... We'll get into it when we get into the budget, but let's just say the numbers are so close that that single Green member could be the deciding vote. So Life, I was in a right-wing chat earlier and had way under 100k subs, and they didn't have this stupid handle username bug. Oh, yeah. Excluded might have been the word I was looking for, Grand Theft Autobot, but it's not quite excluded. It's like something like miffed, but it's not miffed, like dismissed, overlooked. Not quite excluded, but there's a specific word for it in my head that I can't think of right now. Slighted, actually, was the word. Doug Ford is probably feeling a little bit slighted. That's the word. That's the word. Okay. So, welcome everyone. Why don't we get back into it? This is a smaller docket, so let's do it. Let's do it before we get into the budget news. So this is just following up on a story that has been in the news for, longer than it probably should have, but there's always these little petty updates that I'm like, I always like to remind everyone of how much of a petulant child Doug Ford is. In this video, the latest updates on this is just a very good perspective of how much of a little fucking child he is, and how much the conservative voters are just taking their talking points like seals barking after fish. Like they're just like, as soon as there's a new fish, they'll turn the direction. And yeah, they don't care. They just like, oh, tell us who we should be mad at this moment, regardless if it's a completely different thing than what they were mad at 5 minutes ago. They're pathetic. They're all pathetic. Well, let's get into it, shall we? So this is from Colin DeMello in Global News. Premier Ford said the reason Ontario paused the anti-tariff commercial was to get back to the table. That has yet to happen, and Trump administration officials are taking a hardline view on the Ronald Reagan commercial. So this clip here is a good overview of the story for people who might not be familiar with it, plus with some of the updates in it.
As the fallout from Ontario's anti-tariff commercial continues, Premier Doug Ford is unapologetic. The Premier keeps a running tally of how many impressions this commercial has racked up.
Let me know how the volume is for people. It's super quiet for me, but it's only on one track, so it could be really loud in this other earbud.
Calling it one of the most viewed commercials in world history. And the Premier... As the fallout from Ontario's anti-tariff commercial continues, Premier Doug Ford is unapologetic. The Premier keeps a running tally of how many impressions this commercial has racked up, calling it one of the most viewed commercials in world history.
That sounds so Donald Trump. Wanting to keep tallies of like how much attention something is getting and just saying, it's the most, it's the biggest, it's the best, it's the most of it. In the entire world, entire universe. Doug Ford's commercial, the most viewed ever. Ever. One newscaster even said that, 18 billion people had seen it. Which just kind of sounds funny. Because we're not quite there yet in population-wise.
And the Premier continues to believe it was effective.
There's never been an ad in the history of this world that is seeing 12.4 billion views.
In the history of the world. He is so much like Donald Trump, especially in the way that they talk about themselves in the third person and everything. It's just, Doug Ford is so upset right now with the whole tariff stuff because he used to be such buddy-buddy with Donald Trump and supporting Donald Trump. But, you know, the tariff issue crossed that line where he couldn't balance the two out in his head and still be okay. But he still desperately wants to be Donald Trump.
As Premier Doug Ford doubles down on his attention-getting anti-tariff commercial, behind the scenes, Canada appears to be cleaning up. On an international trade mission, Prime Minister Mark Carney pulled U.S. President Donald Trump aside to apologize.
That is just so Canadian. Look, I apologize for what this other person did. Yeah, That's just very, very Canadian of me.
Something I would have done, which is to put in place that advertisement, and so I apologize to him.
But the wound doesn't appear to have healed. Top Trump officials have now started taking a more serious view of the premier's actions.
It's the equivalent of election interference. Nobody likes foreign election interference.
Said the American.
Nobody likes foreign governments trying to sway public opinion.
At Queen's Park, Premier Doug Ford isn't backing down. Is there any part of you that accepts that perhaps what Ontario did with the commercial may have led to some negative consequences for Canada?
Not at all. It gave us strength.
Again, this is so Donald Trump. Like, can you admit you were wrong? I was not wrong. I'm going double down. I'm going triple down. It was that commercial was a brilliant move. It stalled talks, but it's a brilliant move. The whole reason why I put it there was for trade talks, and the fact that it stopped them altogether, still, brilliant move.
Anything. You roll over with President Trump. We've seen what President Trump does. He smells weakness, he'll latch on you like a pit bull.
But then why not continue
that
running
is
the
true.
commercial? Pulling the commercial shows weakness. Why not continue to run the commercial?
President Trump wanted me to pull it one day, and I took 3 more days, and we paused it to get back to the table.
Well, okay, so true, I just mentioned that Donald Trump hates weakness, and true, you just mentioned that I pulled the commercial out of pressure, which could be a sign of weakness, but I still had it up for a few days before I allowed that weakness to show. So it's not like pure weakness, it's only a little weakness. Again, he is so Donald Trump in this.
It was very, very effective.
But the trade talks have yet to resume, and now the premier faces new questions about whether the federal government approved the commercial. While the prime minister watched it in advance, Carney says he advised Doug Ford not to air it. For his part, the premier...
Because foreign trade, international matters, that's a federal level issue. Doug Ford was going out of his lane by doing this, because all of that trade talk, that's all federal. So Doug Ford had no business doing this type of thing.
Refuses to say what took place in that closed-door meeting.
Had a different recollection.
Yeah, Mark Carney. So you're saying to me that Mark Carney advised me against doing... I have a different recollection. I remember things completely different. In my head, Mark Carney pat me on the back, gave me a poutine, chugged some shots of maple syrup with me, told me this was going to be the best ad ever, and congratulated me, saying that I was the pseudo Prime Minister of Canada, and that, you know, Mark Carney hopes to someday be just like me. That's what I remember.
Of our conversation, but that's, you know, people don't need that. They want to move forward.
And while the premier didn't criticize the prime minister's apology, he added this.
I'll tell you what I would do. I'd never apologize to Donald Trump.
The premier insists that his relationship with Prime Minister Mark Carney is still positive in spite of everything.
So I don't recall Mark Carney telling me not to do it. I would never apologize to Donald Trump for the ad that I eventually pulled, because it bombed trade talks. But our relationship, you know, me and the Prime Minister, we're still buddy-buddy.
everything that has happened. The premier says the two continue to text each other as late as today. However, the premier also doesn't seem to be backing away from this notion of wanting to provoke Donald Trump. The premier has been writing op-eds that have appeared in American newspapers. He doesn't seem to be willing to back down. At Queen's Park, I'm Colin DeMello. Back to you.
And so this is just more on it. We're not going to watch the full clip, but Tina Yazdani was the one who actually asked Doug about his recollection. And so if we go about halfway through, we'll get to it. So we just hear a little bit more of that exchange.
Did you inform manufacturing jobs and auto sector jobs?
President Trump canceled trade talks with Canada after the ads ran on major American networks. But Ford kept airing them during the first two games of the World Series, even after Carney asked him to stop.
He called me from Asia a couple times and said, pull the ad. And I.
So not only did he not approve of it, Mark Carney also called him from Asia to say, could you pull the fucking ad? It's really not great. But Doug Ford doesn't recall that Carney didn't approve of it.
I said I wasn't going to do it until we're going to pause the ad on Monday, and that's exactly what we did.
And that resulted in Trump threatening to slap another 10% tariff on Canada. But Ford still says he has no regrets.
The Prime Minister said, don't do it. The Premier went ahead and did it. Why would he do that? He put jobs at risk. He put us at risk for tariffs.
This ego clash is killing us. You know, his job is right here in the province of Ontario to actually be addressing the shutdown of these plants. I don't see how this helps those folks who are looking at losing their jobs right now.
For City News, I'm Tina Yazdani.
I missed the part where, oh well. We get it. We get it. Was it here?
Upset that he apologized?
Well, that's up to the Prime
Minister. Revealed he asked him not to air it and admitted he apologized to Trump. Are you upset that he apologized?
Well, that's up to the Prime Minister. I'll tell you what I would do. I'd never apologize to Donald Trump. Donald Trump's trying to destroy our province, destroy our country, steal manufacturing jobs and auto sector jobs.
President Trump.
Yeah. But here we have, another follow-up from Mark Carney. So Laura Stone, another reporter, is saying, new statement from Prime Minister Carney's office today about Premier's Ford comments that has a different recollection about the talk with the PM about running the anti-tariff ad. The Prime Minister, so the statement from the office was, the Prime Minister has addressed this issue as he has been from the start. He remains focused on the federal government's responsibility for direct engagement with the U.S. administration and getting a deal that benefits workers and businesses for both of our nations. And so again, it's so petty. It's so playground. It's just, can you tell us about the thing that Doug Ford just lied about? And then it's just, there's no end. There's no end. Because the instant, if Mark Carney were to have a more concrete answer to this, then instantly they would go running back to Doug Ford and be like, well, he said this about you. And then as soon as they hear that, they go running back to Mark Carney. Well, Doug Ford said this. And then running back to Doug. Well, Mark Carney said this about you and that he doesn't like your suit. And then back to Mark Carney. Doug Ford said the poutine you gave him sucked. Now, about his comment. It is like Gossip Mills. Right now, these two, what is the real news in this? I just find it amusing. That's why I'm covering it. But what real news is it that Doug Ford is lying? Because that's every day. But just the idea that, I don't recall and stuff of that sort. What's the news story there? Can you put into a broader context? Or why are you focusing on it? Because anyone who's paying attention knows Doug Ford is a fucking liar. Oh, hello, Lucy Hayes. Everyone, go check out Lucy Hayes' channel. Just got a raid from them. Also, check out Kevin Logan's channel. No Justice. Turning Left. Left Turn. All of them. But thank you, Pond Jumpers. It's probably even later for you over in your side of the pond because you're further away even, as far as I know, for the most part. But thank you. Appreciate it. Every time I get a raid, I have to show the drawing. My latest portrait I'm doing of a doggy. Oops, there we go. No, I should probably move it to main shot so you can see. There you go. So this is an encouragement for people to raid my channel, as I then show off the doggy portrait. I haven't tabulated the hours yet, but I don't think this took me terribly long, so it's probably around the 10-hour mark. I don't know. I'm a horrible guess of time, so it could be a lot longer than that or a lot shorter. We'll find out when I tabulate it. Look at the eyes. Pull back. There we go. I'm sure the winner of the silent auction is going to be happy with it. Anyway, so this next person who tweets a fair bit actually broke down this whole exchange with the tariff thing very succinctly, and it really does paint the picture, because it's not just about, you know, Doug Ford, but Pierre Poilievre was also involved with a lot of this, and I find this amusing. This breakdown, it's kind of like, yeah, it's spot on. And again, it's so much like conservatives and their supporters are just barking seals, and they'll bark wherever the fish is. So Gator Gum is saying, here's what happened. Conservative premier creates an ad. So that's Doug Ford creating the anti-tariff ad. Carney tells him he doesn't like it. Not just that, but not to actually go forward with it. However, the conservative government premier runs the ad anyways. Then right-wing Twitter gets mad at Carney. Poilievre lies and said Carney approved. And the reason why they get mad at Carney is because this ad went out and trade talks ended. So Poilievre lies and said Carney approves. So once they think that Carney was in favor of this ad, suddenly right-wing Twitter hates the ad. Then Carney apologizes for behavior of conservative premier. Right-wing Twitter mocks Carney for apologizing for the ad that they hated and lied about Carney approving. Right-wing Twitter ignores Poilievre's lie. Gator, not shocked in the least. Yeah. So they don't care about any of, you know, Pierre Poilievre's lies, but they just want to be mad at Mark Carney. So they just say, okay, be mad at Mark Carney for this, and they'll say, bark, bark. Well, whatever sound seals make, they bark, right? Arr, arr, something like that. I don't know. Maybe it's a dialect thing. Maybe it's like only seals off the West Coast make that sound. I'm sure there's a dialect thing with seals. Anyway, this has at least discouraged another province from doing the same dumbass move. Because again, this is federal issue. I am not thrilled with how Mark Carney has been dealing with Trump, not in the least. And if you watch my channel, you know I've talked about it. That doesn't mean that these provinces should be making ads and interfering with that. It's not in their lane, but now BC won't launch an anti-tariff U.S. ad until aligned with Ottawa Premier. So at least, and this is the NDP Premier. So British Columbia Premier David Eby said Monday that his government won't launch its anti-tariff digital ad campaign in the U.S. this month as previously promised, and will wait until communication strategy is aligned with Ottawa. And this is about the tariffs on softwood lumber, which is a huge deal in BC. So at least we got one premier saying, okay, so I see the shitstorm that happened. I don't want it my way. Don't. I'll hold off, even though his was just going to be digital and not playing like during major sporting events and stuff. So moving on. Something you pond jumpers are probably familiar with is the puppy, a little red thing that you wear. I remember once in high school I had a friend and she was from Korea. She had no idea what the poppies were. Like, that's the thing. We tend to forget that not everywhere does this sort of thing. But, you know, especially as Commonwealth countries tend to take it very seriously. I used to wear the poppy all the time. Let's switch back to this. But in more recent years, not so much. And it's not that I don't care about the veterans. I absolutely care about the veterans, but I'm kind of against the military establishment and the going to war, the fact that veterans are made in the first place. And then I'm also horrified how they're treated and how they don't get the support and stuff that they need, and how so many are unhoused and don't have the mental health care that they need. And then it sickens me how much politicians will use this poppy to virtue signal. They'll do nothing to improve the lives of these veterans. They'll do nothing to stop the wars that makes people into veterans. But they'll wear the poppy. And if you don't wear the poppy, then you're a horrible person. I'd rather no one wear the poppy and they actually push policy that helps veterans than to wear a performative pin. But every year, there's a controversy over it. It's just something that whatever side of the aisle wants to latch on to use it to make the other side look less patriotic or bad for whatever reason. Because there was even a time when I think it was Stephen Harper was caught on a hot mic complaining about how difficult it is that these pins always fall off and stupid. And he caught a lot of heat for, I'll side with him, very accurate statement. So there are techniques. You can bend the pin. What I do is I have extra earring backs, those little earring backs. Put it on the pin, it works fine. Erasers, whatever. And then there's controversy over the type of poppies that people should wear. Because there's the white poppies for peace. The red is for remembering all those who have fallen. There's one that is beaded for indigenous peoples and things. So, but then some people are saying, well, you can't wear any different poppy or you're minimizing the red poppy. And it's just, again, it is just every year. This is made into a culture war issue. And every year, the veterans still aren't getting the help that they need. But the media, the politicians like to bitch about these surface level issues without passing policy that actually makes the lives of veterans better. So, most recent one. Tim Houston, he's the premier of Nova Scotia. And his name is just, it sounds way too similar to Tim Hortons. Like, he should have had a name change. So he says, it has come to my attention that earlier this week there was an order issuing prohibiting individuals working in certain court facilities from wearing poppies while on duty in those locations. This order was issued under the guise that the poppy is somehow a political statement. This is disgusting. Now, I don't know if there was an issue from the courts or whatever. I don't care. Because if you can make the keffiyeh into a political statement, then the poppy is a political statement. You know, these symbols of solidarity, if you make any one of them into a statement, a political statement, then maybe they should all be. So the poppy is not a political statement, it's a symbol of remembrance and respect for the fallen and servant and blah, blah, and we have courts and democracy and a judge who wishes the order's wrong. Well, I respect the independence of our judiciary, except for when they make decisions I don't like. I respect veterans, the very people who made the ultimate sacrifice defending our country, our values, and democracy and more. How many unhoused veterans are in Nova Scotia? I don't know off the top of my head, but I know there'll be some. How many are not receiving the mental health care that they need for the traumas they endured while over there in wars? How about that? How about you worry about that? If you really respect the veterans, what are you doing to make their lives better? So I just wanted to point this out because it is so overdone. This is every year. They make it into a culture war. They call it a political statement while totally ignoring other things that have been made into political statements. And it's always, you know, one side wanting to make a symbol of remembrance or solidarity into a political statement because it serves their, you know, superficial claims or whatever. It is so infuriating. And then I was reading articles about how there are fewer poppies available and stuff, and a lot of that is because people used to buy them with coins and whatnot, and people aren't carrying as much money, plus convenience stores aren't necessarily having them out as much anymore, and there's all these things, and yeah. I'd much rather we give all veterans the support they need and then do stuff to make sure that there's no more new veterans in the future, rather than focus on who's wearing a poppy. But here's a little sliver of good news. It'll be long in the process, but UBI Works has tweeted out breaking Canadian Senate Bill S-206 for a guaranteed livable basic income passed second reading and will be sent to committee. Senate committee study. So this is just to study a guaranteed livable basic income. And this was put forth by Senator Kim Pate. So again, this isn't about having one. It's about doing a study to see how it would be implemented if we were to have one. Leah Gazan, she's an NDP MP, has also been very trying to push bills forward and stuff about getting some sort of basic income. But this is a Senate bill. It's not a House bill. So it's passed all the readings. It will still have to go through the House and every other thing. But it's not much progress, but it's just nice to know it's not being forgotten. Hey, Owen Jones is trending. He loves to have Twitter fights. Anyway, this week's federal budget has overwhelmingly focused on tax breaks and stuff of that sort, so it doesn't have to be this way. Meanwhile, Canada also loses tens of billions of dollars each year to expenses inadequate response. Yeah. So this bill proposes the development of a national framework for guaranteed livable basic income. My senators agreed and last night voted in support of committee study. So it's still a long way to go, but it's just nice that it's not being forgotten. I do want some sort of guaranteed livable income, but it can't just be like, here's a blank check, because all that's going to do is be a wealth transfer to the wealthy. So there has to be checks put into place so that, as soon as we get a basic income, that corporations don't then just jack up their rates thinking, well, people have all this extra spending cash. Rents can't then suddenly jump to just end up taking all this money and leaving the people no better off than they were. This has to take into account where people live, because the cost of living where I am is very different than the cost of living if you're in Toronto. They also, I would like to have like a guaranteed basic income, but then also socialized housing. Also making sure that there's socialized grocery stores and all this sort of stuff. Like there has to be a combination of things, and you have to do it in such a way that corporations then don't just get money grabs, is what it comes down to. But this is absolutely needed, and it's totally doable in a country as wealthy as Canada. And the only excuse is that there's the lack of political will. The 1% in power, they don't want to lose that power. And they're worried that should people not be suffering and desperate, that they will. But, the world, like Canada, would just improve massively if people weren't just constantly stressed about paying rent, getting groceries, paying their bills, having their medical needs met. Which means that when you thrive and you can actually follow the things that interest you, follow the things that you're good at, we would have the best doctors, the best scientists, the best artists, the best writers, because you're not being forced to give up your dreams to go and be underpaid at a retail job. And that's what if we want culture, if we want to have the smartest, the best people in fields, you need a basic income, because there's so many people who are brilliant in certain fields that never get the opportunity because they can't afford to go to university for whatever reason. Tuition, but then also it's the time off because they might still need to work to keep their rent and all this sort of stuff. My stress would go down greatly, and I'd be able to focus more on my channel and my artwork and my writing, because right now I can't put in as much work into these as I want because I'm stressed. And when I'm stressed, I shut down. And it'd be nice to be able to do this. It'd be nice that I wasn't losing my mind right now over Frodo and the cost of the vet and everything that he's dealing with, or the cost of my car. It'd be nice if I didn't have to turn to my audience every time I have these bills pop up in hope that I can have enough to cover them off. We shouldn't have to be living in a mutual aid society. Not in a country as wealthy as this. And so UBI was just tweeting out a whole bunch of stuff. I'll toss this link into the SandBox for people who are on the hostile fart sauna. So that you can watch all the videos in this thread and read the rest of it. But, you know, it's important to know who is pushing this forward. So this is Senator Kim Pate, who pushed this through. She gives a speech. Basic income critics usually ignore the data. Giving people income security actually boosts employment and education. Former conservative Senator Hugh Segal went on CBC News to remind us most people in poverty have jobs. Many have multiple. Basic income is a raise for working Canadians. What are you waiting for? This means that we could also have more independent shops and stuff. You know, Walmart wouldn't be able to as easily just come into a community and price out everything. You know, so we would have more unique places to go, more culture. Like, it's just, we need this. We need this. Instead, we're going to be spending billions on military in this budget, but we'll be getting to that in just a bit. Okay, so I do need to click on, while I'm off screen, why is Owen Jones trending? Other than I know he loves to get into Twitter fights. No, he's still on about the Maccabee thing. And I know I'm not covering it here, but I saw it on the Majority Report Ryan Grimm was on, and apparently Owen Jones is getting sued by the BBC for accurately reporting on the BBC. And so there's a fundraiser. You can go back and check out the Majority Report for it. But if people are saying, yes, Rachel Atwood, I called Twitter the hostile fart sauna. If people are interested, put some ones in the SandBox, and I'll quickly look up the segment from the Majority Report where Ryan Grimm was talking about Owen Jones being sued. They've raised a ton of money so far for the defense, which is great. But, you know, your libel laws in the UK kind of suck. Okay, he's talking about Zach Polanski and stuff. And then people bitching about Owen Jones using his name, which helps him get up in the algorithms. Yeah. Oh, here's a little segment. Oh, it's 24 minutes long. Never mind. Ryan Grimm explains BBC lawsuit against Dropsite News about Palestine, Israel. I might watch that later, so I will bookmark that. Anyway. Yeah, so that's unfortunate for Owen Jones. He does really good work. So I'll close all those tabs. Close. And then we'll be getting into the budget. Okay, I'm seeing some ones. Because it doesn't take too much. I'll just mute this to find it in a YouTube video. YouTube. Ever since they decided to add transcripts, you can word search transcripts, which makes it so much easier. Let's see. So you go to more, then you open up the transcript, and then you can do a word search. Okay. Okay, so here it is. Oops. No, stop talking so that we can. So here's the Majority Report, Ryan Grimm talking about it.
We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome back to the program co-founder and reporter at Dropsite News, co-host of Breaking Points, and a guy who is still wearing the exact same outfit he was when Zoran Mamdani was announced the winner of the mayoral race. Ryan Grimm, welcome back to the program.
Not changing for 8 years.
There you go.
It's good luck.
I love it. Don't take that jacket off. We need that luck. Hey, I want to start off by just saying, mentioning that I know you guys at Dropsite are raising money. I think you hit your goal, but I have a feeling this lawsuit is going to be a little more expensive than that. You guys are being sued.
Like, news organizations shouldn't be put in this place where they can get sued by other news organizations for accurately reporting. Like, just because it makes you look bad, that's a you problem, BBC News.
Owen Jones wrote for you a piece talking about the bias of the editor.
We're not biased. Let's sue them. Don't report that we're biased. We're going to sue.
The publisher at BBC.
A bunch of people at BBC, yeah.
And the bias when it came to reporting on what Israel was doing in Gaza. And the BBC in Britain, the defamation laws are very different than they are in this country.
Sure.
And you guys are being sued. And I know, I mean, you guys do not have the deep pockets that the BBC has.
Right.
That's
They've
my
got
guess.
They have the public's pockets.
Exactly.
Right. Although it's an editor and not the BBC itself. And they're currently suing only Owen. But we.
That must be stressful as fuck. I feel so bad for Owen because they're specifically suing him. That's got to be stressful.
We are doing the legal defense of it because we're in the U.S. There's some question about whether or not they'll be able to add us directly to the lawsuit. But yeah, we've already spent about 40 grand defending this and annoying, like, legal calls and back and forths and like all these different filings. We weren't going to say anything about it, but the Telegraph broke it yesterday. And so we put up a donation page yesterday, and overnight, and I haven't mentioned this before, overnight so far, we've raised more than $100,000.
Wow,
Ryan.
So we're over what we've spent.
To me, that's an indication, too, that people are fed up with mainstream media not reporting accurately on what's happening. Like, it's to get $100,000 overnight, that's a lot of people saying that they're fed up with mainstream media. And they don't support mainstream media going after other news networks for accurately reporting what's happening. There's definitely a turning tide, and I think it's with a lot of these independent outlets out there that are helping to really shine a light on how mainstream media has been biased in the past, but it's also waking people up because, we have so many sources that are on the ground that are telling us from, first eyewitness experience and everything, what is happening in Gaza. But if you watch the mainstream media, you never hear these stories. And so it's really waking people up. It's like, if they have been lying about a fucking genocide, what else have they been lying about? What else have they been negating to tell us when it comes to these big stories? And, people's faith in mainstream media has completely gone out the window.
Spent so far. Now we're in the very early stages. We're going to need more. We have liability insurance. The deductible is about $250. So if we can get to $250, then we won't have to basically pay anything unless it goes over then some certain amount. Also,
you buy $250, you don't mean $250.
Do not. I do not. $250,000. Not sure what that is in pounds or whatever they use over there. But we also could recoup these costs. if he loses and if we win, and we expect that we will win. But in order to win, we have to fight, and we intend to. We stand by the story. So deep appreciation for everybody who gave. You can find the link. It's in my pinned on Twitter.
We'll put the link in our podcast and YouTube description.
Okay, so that's the gist of that. So solidarity with Owen Jones on this one. I feel bad for him. I need to find a quicker way of doing this, because I missed doing it earlier because it takes time to do this, and you'll know what I'm talking about in just a minute. All right, I was using this for something else. I gotta move those out of the way. And then do this, and then I got this. You'll understand. This is a process. I need to get a quicker way of doing this. There we go. Boom. Thank you so much. Tamils for Peace Free Palestine for the $1.99 Canadian dollar super chat. I really appreciate it. Maybe I can just start clipping from there instead. Maybe I should do that. And then I can show them at the end. I usually do them as I'm going because I don't get like a large number of super chats. So usually I can pause it, but should it gets to the point where I'm like, okay, at the end of the live stream, I'm going to be going over all the super chats. This will look a bit different, and I think it'll be quicker than what I'm doing right now. But super appreciate it. Okay, something really weird just happened on my screen. Okay, that's better. That's better. Freaks me out. Freaks me out. You guys can't see what I'm talking about, though. Okay, so before we get into the Canadian budget, the very conservative Canadian budget that Keir Starmer is probably like, shucks darn, you talking sweet to me, Canada? Mark Carney is just the better looking identical twin of Keir Starmer. And I said, yeah, I know what I said. Quickly check the SandBox before we get into the budget, because there's a lot to go over. I'll try to be fast because after this, there's still the provincial budget stuff, and then a couple one-off stories that I wanted to get to. Also, please go check out my interview I did with Tony McQuail. He's currently running for leadership of the federal NDP. The video still hasn't even gotten 100 views. I'd like it to get a bit more. So please go check it out. And you know, he doesn't stand a great chance of winning. However, it was an interesting conversation. I loved the conversation with him so much. He's like a green NDP, so he's all about the environment and sustainable farming and all this sort of stuff. So it was a fascinating conversation, and I really recommend that people go check it out, even if you're not interested in the NDP leadership bid. If you care about the environment at all, fascinating conversation. Let's see what people are saying. Okay, some comments about Trump and Ford. 56 Nick Rich, we will be touching on the $100 billion tunnel. You know, the highway tunnel under a highway, because what's worse than being stuck in a traffic jam on a highway is to be stuck in a traffic jam underground. It's just like the worst idea. It is, again, it's like he was in an actual sandbox in a playground with a bunch of other people, and they were digging through the sand and they made a tunnel, and then he was like, oh, you know what would be really cool? We need a tunnel going under the highway. It is just, it's not feasible. It is just not feasible. Oh. Welcome, everyone. Grand Theft Autobot, LOL. We have beaver tails and donaires. Beaver tails are so yummy. Now I want a beaver tail. That's it. 56 Nick Rich also saying don't back down to bullies. No, Mark Carney's handling of the situation has just been so bad, yet you have so many liberal sycophants saying, oh, Mark Carney has been dealing with this masterfully. You know what I was saying. But no, we have not gotten anything. And then they'll be like, oh, it's all about the long game. And then it's like, I'm not seeing the long game. Like, it's just, there's people suffering now. and you know, all this talk of a long game, I don't care. It's people now are suffering, and I'm not seeing any wins from the Mark Carney government, especially after this fucking budget. Oh my God, this budget is horrid. Let's see. Super Strike 9, Carney has and always will be, continue to be lesser of two evils as PM. Here's the thing. I don't even know if that's the case anymore, if he's the lesser. Because when it comes to policies and stuff like that, he's more conservative than conservatives. It's just that on social issues, Mark Carney is still more left-leaning. And so they're passing all the same budget stuff that the conservatives would do. They just don't hate queer people. But when it comes to immigrants, they're suffering just as much under Mark Carney as they would under Pierre Poilievre. Like, Pierre Poilievre is an absolute dweeb, and I'm glad he's not prime minister for sure. But I don't know if we'd be any worse off right now. Like, I don't know. Like, if you take out the social issues, because yes, Pierre Poilievre would try to probably ban hormone replacement therapy. He also threatened to use the notwithstanding clause. So he probably still is worse. But when it comes to policies, like, we'll get into some people who are crossing the aisle and the threat that there might be more people crossing the aisle, at which point there will be a majority. Because I've been saying this from the beginning of Mark Carney being prime minister, and the instant he started making bills and cutting taxes and stuff, is that Mark Carney is the conservative leader the conservatives wish Pierre Poilievre was. Hello, Carrie Woods. Yes, it's snowing here. I like it. I like the snow. So, Life, that dog's name is Peanut. I don't think that's the dog's name, actually. Actually, I didn't even find out. I'm just referring to the dog as Blondie right now. Oh, Rachel Atwood is saying that the proper sound of a seal is orf, orf. But wouldn't it be more like F, F? Because we say but over on the UK, you say N. Notice that a lot. Because I watch a lot of Owen Jones videos, because I've been getting into his content a lot. And it's M. It's not it's M. I don't know if all of you in the SandBox have seen my drawing of Owen Jones. I don't think Owen Jones has ever seen my drawing of Owen Jones. I tried to get it out, but at this point, I'm either thinking he will never see it or he has seen it and doesn't want to respond. But I have no idea of knowing for sure if he has or hasn't. I suspect he has, and is just choosing not to respond. Solave says that I'm the second person other than myself that highlight those issues with UBI. I hope more people are highlighting those issues, that it can't just be a wealth transfer. The reference frame, so you just ignore the fact that investigations have shown that in Canada, 80% of funds from poppies don't go towards veteran care, which is fraud. Okay, that's a conversation that's happening in the SandBox. I wouldn't know. People talking about the doggy drawing. It wouldn't surprise me if most of the money was not going towards the actual charity that it was supposed to. Okay. Then we get into the majority report clip. And there's the wonderful super chat. JK, big companies use wealth to destroy small companies. That's capitalism. Moochie Nubdabu saying it's a slap suit. Yeah, it's a slap suit towards Orange Zone for sure. Thinking that most people wouldn't be able to pay for it. And it's right. Like, I don't think Owen Jones would be able to cover this slap suit if it wasn't for Drop Site covering him. Just can't imagine the stress that would cause. Let's see. Oh, I probably should get back to it. Rachel, I listened to the live interview on YouTube and then went private so I couldn't find it or share it. Are you talking about the majority report? Because they're there. They're just unlisted, so you have to have the link. And they always link in their first half video. Okay. I probably should just scooch down to the bottom. It's just, I really do like interacting with the SandBox and all you there. 56 Nick Ridge. Calm yourself. We're talking about it. The 9.1 million. We're talking about it later on. We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay, so yes, here in Canada, money bill, a budget was proposed, and there still has to debate and still needs to be voted on and stuff. But so far the budget sucks. It is horrible. It is horrible. So the way it works here in Canada is this budget bill is a money bill, which means that it's also a confidence bill. So if a money bill doesn't go through, same as like a throne speech or something of that sort, then that means that it shows that there's a lack of confidence in the government, and it will trigger an election if it doesn't pass. Right now, the conservatives, the liberals, are so close to a majority that it's just teetering. It's teetering to the point that it feels like the liberals aren't willing to do any concessions for the other groups, because I think they're pretty confident they might be getting another seat or two. And if that's the case, then they don't have to support the other parties at all, and they can just do whatever the fuck they want. The NDP are in a bit of a bind because they don't even have party status. They lost so many seats in the last election. Going into election for the NDP right now would be devastating. Financially, it could completely just break the party. Because since they don't have party status, they don't get the same funding for an election and stuff, and they need time to rebuild, get a new leader, because they don't even have an official leader right now. They have an interim leader, but not a leader who's voted in. The Conservatives probably don't want an election right now because there's going to be a vote of confidence coming up soon within the Conservative parties if they want to have like a leadership review for Pierre Poilievre. I don't think he's going to pass it at this point. So they probably don't want an election right now. The Green Party probably doesn't care, and the Bloc Québécois probably doesn't care too much because not much would change for them. But things are getting really down to the wire, and this I don't like this bill. It is horrible. It's like one of the most conservative bills we've seen and it's not just for a Liberal Party. It's from any party. The amount of austerity, of cuts, of tax cuts, of all this high spending. But then how are you going to pay for it if you're cutting all these tax? Oh, well, all those public sector jobs, we're just going to get rid of like 40,000 of them. I think it's just replace people with AI is something that this Liberal government is keen on, but without some sort of basic income, that just means that they'll be shit out of luck. Anyway. So this is from the CBC, a $78 billion deficit, public service cuts, new tax measures, highlights of budget 2025. Carney's Liberal government delivers its first budget Tuesday. So we don't need to go over all of this article. There's some breakdowns and stuff that we will be going over. I'll toss this into the SandBox. Like, I do this, but I seriously doubt any of you will click on it. But, you know, I have to do it just so I say I did. And then if anybody says, well, you didn't cover this, I can say, well, I put the article in the SandBox for you to read. Because I just wanted to get to some points of this. There's lots of different breakdowns that we'll be covering, so we don't need to read this entire article. And it's big. It's a long article. So, you know, talking about the cutting of the public service, we'll see a drop in about 40,000 positions over the coming years. The budget project will have 330,000 employees, down from the number of 40,000 difference. But they're hoping to do a lot through attrition and in retirement and stuff, which still sucks for Canadians because our public service jobs are already very difficult to deal with. Like, they're already underserved. Yeah, lots of build stuff with money. So substantial cuts to immigration is another thing. They've already been working on that. So the Liberals have been anti-immigrant since about mid-Trudeau, ever since Trudeau overdid it and let in tens of thousands of immigrants without the proper safety nets in place in the first place. But I wanted to get down to, yeah, au revoir, oil and gas emission cap. This is a horrid bill for the environment. But we're down to here. Okay, more money for CBC Radio Canada. Spotlight on Eurovision. So I'm not against the Canadian government funding the arts. I actually support that. But we don't need to go into Eurovision. We don't. And there's some mixed messaging about it. So it's not actually in the budget, but it's something that Mark Carney has kind of hinted at he's wanting to do. The Canadian government has tried to do it before, but it's failed. It's unlikely, but it's just something that adds to the clickability of the stories, I suppose, if you put in, oh, we're spending money on Eurovision. Not so much right now. I read in their article on it. It's just Mark Carney is talking about his desire for it at this point. So I'm just going to read a bit from here. So Budget 2025 proposes to provide $150 million for CBC Radio Canada this year to strengthen its mandate to serve the public and to better reflect the needs of Canadians. I'm not against this per se. The government said it will also explore modernizing a public broadcaster's mandate to strengthen independence. That would be nice. That's not going to happen. Because it'd be nice if CBC wasn't as biased as the BBC when it comes to certain issues. And for fans of the wild and wacky Eurovision Song Contest, the government teased, see, that's the thing, they teased it, that it's working with CBC Radio Canada to explore participation in the annual music show. So we're not sending money. So when you see this, we're not spending money specifically on trying to get into Eurovision. That's just rage baiting there. It'd be part of the CBC's programming and things of that sort, but it's nothing that's even concretely happening at this point. So when you see, we're spending money on Eurovision, no, that's just rage bait. But this is not rage bait, and it should be, as in, it should be out there more, because this is enraging. This definitely needs to be, top and center of this budget. So, buy to some high-end taxes. If you're a landlord with a vacant unit or the owner of a luxury jet, you're in luck. So the 0.01%. The government is eliminating two high-end taxes. The first is underused housing tax, a 1% tax on ownership of vacant or underused housing in Canada that took effect in January 2022. No. We need this. This needs to be a hell of a lot higher. You need to tax the shit out of vacant homes. If you care about housing in the least, this needs to be bigger. So much bigger. But instead, they're going to eliminate the measly tax that was on it in the first place. It's also eliminating the luxury tax on aircraft priced over $100,000 and boats priced at over $250,000. If anybody's paying that fucking much for an aircraft or a yacht, tax the fuck out of them. Tax them. Tax them, tax them. The budget said the moves are meant to simplify Canada's tax system and reduce compliance costs for taxpayers and administrative costs for the government. Well, you know what? You can cover those costs, the administrative costs, if you increase the fucking taxes on these. Okay? This is affecting, 12 people in Canada? The luxury tax? It's only affecting like 12 people in Canada. You jack up those rates. Jack them up. This is ridiculous. Why? Because of this next story. The fact that, people with luxury yachts and planes and vacant lots that they happen to own, they're getting breaks. Meanwhile, this is going on. Back here. Stupid YouTube. YouTube has been so glitchy lately. There we go.
Now, as we just heard, one of the Prime Minister's main goals for this budget is to improve affordability. But even after today's announcement, many Canadians are still struggling just to make ends meet. CTV's Jack Morris found out exactly what that looks like in our region. Jack.
Well, Sarah, affordability is top of mind for many people around here, and there's nothing we see in this budget to directly address that. In particular,
when mainstream media is saying this, it's bad. And yes, one of Mark Carney's promises was groceries would be cheaper, affordability, blah, blah, blah. This is all bullshit. Things aren't cheaper for people. He cut the carbon tax, though. Yeah, things aren't cheaper. Didn't happen. Things are still getting tighter and tighter for people.
We know our region suffers from high levels of food insecurity. In fact, we've gotten a new report from the Simcoe-Muskoka District Health Unit, which shows a growing number of households can't afford the food required to meet Canadian nutrition requirements. The 2025 Nutrition Food Basket Survey looks at the cost of a healthy diet, staple foods like milk, eggs, and bread. According to this year's findings, it costs nearly $1,300 a month to feed a family of 4 in our region, and for some,
$1,300 a month to feed a family of 4 for a month. Like, it's just, what are we doing? Now, some people might say, oh, it's not costing that much. No, they said specifically in their region, and that's what a lot of people don't take into account, is that some places, the cost of groceries are more expensive due to less, fewer stores, fewer transports in, things of that sort. If you go up north, the cost of groceries is ridiculously high. Also, they might not have the same different variety in grocery stores depending on where you are and stuff. So yes, in some regions, $1,300 for a family of 4 to eat properly for the month? What? No. Like, this is not okay. Because whenever you see people post their receipts, like their grocery receipts, there's always going to be those people. It's like, well, if you did the coupon code and you went to this store for that item and that store for that item, you could have saved $20. Not everyone has that option. Some people can only go to a grocery store if it's within walking distance. Some people can't even do that because maybe they have mobility issues. So they have to do deliveries and stuff. And then there's only limited places that do that. And then there's extra money on top of that. Or they have to get an Uber. So they want to go to the closest place possible. They can't necessarily go to the cheapest place. They have to go to the accessible place. And sometimes those accessible places are not the cheapest place. Like, a lot of people don't have the luxury of coupon cutting for these things, or to just jump from store to store for what is convenient, whether it be because they don't have the transportation or the time. This is just not acceptable.
The money just isn't there.
And individuals, they don't have a budget to work with. So for many, they just don't have anything left over by the time rent is paid for and other basic necessities. So often,
yeah, it's like when people tell people on disability that we should budget better for our groceries and stuff. And it's like, okay, so after you've paid rent and you have $50 left over, what kind of budgeting are you talking about? Like, there's nothing there to budget with. It doesn't matter how well you budget that $50 for the month. It ain't going to make the ends meet. The money isn't there. Because I can guarantee you, people who live on disability know how to live cheap. Okay? It is, and people living with poverty have already cut massive things out of their shopping lists, out of their groceries, or their medication, or, other necessities and bills. They've already done it at this point. This isn't new. The money just isn't there anymore. And you keep on telling us to cut more and more and more from things that we've already cut from. So now it's like, okay, what necessity can you go the longest without? That's what it's gotten to.
food is the one thing that people are sacrificing. So it could mean that parents are going without food to feed their children, people are skipping meals, or going days without eating.
Now, according to data from Public Health Ontario, in 2023-24, 1 in 4 households at some point in that time suffered from poor food insecurity. The health unit found that a survey they did saw that some families, 1 in 3 in the last 30 days, didn't have the quantity or quality of food that they wanted.
Yeah, and I don't. Like, I'm not starving, but I don't have a healthy diet. Not by a long shot. Also, ideally, I don't want factory farmed or processed meat for ethical reasons. That's not an option. But like fruits and veggies and stuff like that, I don't get too much of those. Healthy meat as opposed to like super uber processed meat, I don't get much of that. But, at least I'm not starving. But then again, I only really eat 2 meals a day to begin with. I have breakfast and I have a dinner and then I snack in between. But here, 56 Nick Ridge, talking about the tunnel. So Doug Ford was upset that he was slated. He was dismissed. He wasn't included in the budget for his fucking stupid tunnel. For those of you who don't know, Doug Ford wants to put a tunnel highway under the 401, which is Canada's most used highway. It's about 80 kilometers that he wants to do this for. It's going to end up costing $100 billion. You have to go through farmland, swampland, granite, all different types of things. As was mentioned, there was a feasibility study done years ago to say, if you do this, the road's going to collapse. Well, now I want to spend almost $10 million on a new feasibility study because he doesn't like what the last one said. Anyway.
Budget 2025 getting a failing grade from the Ford government.
It's less transformational, it's more tinkering. There isn't much there. Falls really short. It lacks some ambition.
The province is taking issue with the $51 billion in infrastructure spending, saying it's a drop in the bucket compared to the $100 billion that provinces have been asking for. And the minister also says Ottawa isn't putting up enough.
Yes, and $100 billion that Doug Ford wants to spend on that fucking tunnel.
Cash to deal with Donald Trump's tariffs.
They mentioned the $5 billion Strategic Innovation Fund. Well, our fund is $5 billion, and we're the epicenter of the tariff impact.
The province will have the chance to plug the financial gaps on Thursday when the Ford government tables the fall economic statement.
Is something else playing? Because that was just a subway noise at Queen's Park, which shouldn't be a thing. No? Okay.
While the finance minister is tight-lipped, critics say task number one is dealing with unemployment. As of September, there were 705,000 people in Ontario without a job.
It is the least that the people of Ontario should expect from their government tomorrow in that fall economic statement is a sense of what their plan is to.
So, unless you have employment insurance, you would have to go on to Ontario Works if you don't have a job. Ontario Works, last I heard, things haven't been increasing. They get $733 a month. Nobody can live off of that. No one. You can't even rent a room for that much.
Save jobs in Ontario today, not decades from now, right? Today.
Other political parties want to see measures that address affordability.
We would like to see tax cuts, and more tax cuts. This government made a promise in 2018 to middle-income families to cut taxes. They haven't done it.
Did you not read the bill? This bill is all about tax cuts. But the Conservatives still have to do their talking points. Oh, we want to talk about tax cuts. There's a lot of fucking tax cuts in the bill.
But the finance minister is also being taken to task after he said the federal budget made no mention of Premier Doug Ford's tunnel under the Highway 401.
I think it's imperative that we think outside the box in terms of how we move people in this province.
Think outside the box? Well, maybe you should think to the left of that box. Left of the box, maybe?
Critics worry it'll lead to a financial sinkhole.
What worries me is this government could be pouring more money into a fiscally stupid project.
He's so cute. This is the leader of the Green Party here in Ontario. Stupid bill, stupid reason, stupid. I wish he had won and become premier. He would have been the best premier out of the options we had.
Instead of actually investing in building homes that people can afford.
Ontario's fall economic statement will be tabled on Thursday at 1 p.m.
Okay. And I do believe I have a little bit more on the tunnel in a bit that talks specifically about the feasibility study and whatnot. So that was just a little bit of a taste of that. So here we have somebody tweeting out, Green Party's Elizabeth May says she's in convos with the Liberals about climate nature measure, blah, blah, blah. She reiterates that she would vote against it as it stands and throws a copy down on the ground to prove it. Boom. See, it's on the ground. I'm serious. So serious. Oh, sorry, what's that? After saying yesterday she probably couldn't vote for the budget, Elizabeth May says she has had a good discussion with the PM yesterday. She's not going to COP30, so she can keep talking with the Liberals and vote on the budget, which she says she hopes she can vote yes on. I made my point. Looked all mean, and now it's like, well, I'm probably going to vote for it anyway. Very performative bullshit all the time from these politicians. So here's Don Davies. He's the current interim leader of the NDP. Again, they're in a bit of a pickle. They're in a pickle. Bit of a bind, a bit of a pickle bind. Because they desperately do not want an election right now. But this bill is shit that they can't, in any good principled conscience, anything that the party stands on, vote for this bill.
It's increasingly
Oh, hopefully that wasn't playing for you guys while I was trying to talk. Oh well, we'll listen from the beginning.
It's increasingly clear that this government's budget fails to deliver the transformational change promised and fails to meet the moment. It fails to provide any relief right now for the millions of Canadians suffering through an affordability crisis. 60% are having trouble meeting their monthly expenses. Half are using credit cards or borrowing money for daily needs, paying interest rates of 19% or more. Why did the Liberals fail to provide concrete measures to help the millions of Canadians who need help now?
Why did the NDP fail to speak to these issues in a way that actually got people motivated to get out to the fucking polls? See, I'm not thrilled with the NDP as of late, but I do want all of their candidates to come onto my show so I can interview them. I've had one so far, one official candidate come on my show so far. I want the other ones to come onto my show to talk about their vision of the NDP, because we stand a better chance of rebuilding the NDP than we do of making a completely new party the way that this system is set up here in Canada. Like in the UK, they can get away with it. And you know, Your Party has started up, but the Green Party has really started to pick up momentum in a massive way. And that's what the NDP could do if they actually start, you know, being boldly progressive. Stop with all the incrementalism and start speaking to what the people want. And we're going to get more into this later on because it pissed me off. You'll know when we get there. And so here's Don Davies saying, "Hey, Canada," because that's what we say here when starting a tweet. The NDP has not decided to support the Liberals' budget. We are voting no today on a Conservative amendment that is totally unacceptable, calling for massive public service cuts, more pipelines, and austerity. And then people are saying, but are you going to support the budget, yes or no? And here's me just basically saying his comments are turned off for that, in case you didn't notice. Can't comment on it because he knows he's in a shit position. Yeah, they know they're in the bad place. My guess, some will abstain so they can claim they didn't endorse it while not triggering an election. Of course, if another con crosses the floor, it's a moot point, and we'll get to that in a little bit. So I'm closing these tabs. So here's Heather McPherson, and we're going to be seeing a little bit of her from this live stream because she is the current, right now she's the only sitting member of parliament who's running for leadership of the NDP. All the other candidates who are running for it are not currently a sitting member of parliament. So she says there are a lot of questions about what we can and can't support. Here's an answer to the question I've been getting a lot of.
Hey everyone, I am in the Winnipeg airport. Airports seem to be a place I spend a lot of my time these days. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about the budget that Mark Carney's bringing forward. And a little bit about those next round of projects that he's going to be talking about. And I want to be perfectly clear with you. The Northern Gateway Pipeline cannot make its way onto that list.
Yes, this budget includes pipelines because the whole build thing, we saw that in the other article. Yeah, it's like things like pipelines because It's not like we're in dire climate crisis or anything.
Must remain a non-starter. The people of the North Coast, activists, people from across the province, Indigenous communities who have led that fight, they showed us what standing up for land and water really means. You know, our path forward has to protect and create good paying jobs, absolutely. And we have to be committed to cleaner energy, to reconciliation and respect for the people, for the place, and for the planet we all share. By working together and staying rooted in our values, I know that we, as New Democrats, we can do both.
Yeah. I like her. I featured her on my channel a whole bunch of times. Generally speaking, good policy. She's most likely going to win the leadership race. She's not going to win a federal election. Just won't. Any seats gained by the NDP in the next federal election would be because they're just fed up with the other parties. It won't be because of her. And there are reasons I say that in some things that she's already announced and said and stuff, which is why I would love for her to come on my show so I can ask her about these things. That said, I still do think that any one of the candidates for the leadership race would make a far better prime minister than any of the liberals or conservatives. Like, all of the candidates would be a far better option. So here's more from Heather McPherson. This budget hurts people. 40,000 job cuts, service cuts, Indigenous service gutted. Nothing for the environment, but American big tech billionaires, they get tax breaks. We can still fix this. Mark Carney can still amend this budget and choose fairness.
Today, the federal government released its 2025 budget, and it's devastating. They are cutting 40,000 public service jobs, 40,000 people, 40,000 families in our communities. You know, these are the people who make sure that your pension checks arrive on time. These are the folks that make sure that veterans are supported when they come home. The people who keep our food inspection system running. These are the people who make sure seniors can access old age security, and they're the ones who answer the phone when you call the CRA. When those jobs disappear, services Canadians depend upon get worse. And frankly, they're already stretched to the breaking point. You know, there's nothing new for pharmacare, nothing for dental care, and even cuts to healthcare.
And I was quite worried that was going to happen when the liberal conservative government, when the liberal government got in, is that the dental, the milquetoast dental care and the milquetoast pharmacare that we got in wouldn't end up being expanded at all, despite the promises of doing so.
And the Inuit Child First Initiative, programs like that, programs that save lives, gone. There's no new help for families struggling to make ends meet, despite record food prices and a national housing crisis. There is something for American billionaires. They no longer have to pay taxes on the massive profits their big tech firms make in Canada. And at this moment...
Yeah, Mark Carney is huge for the tech bros. Like, he's all about the AI. He got rid of the GIS. Oh, the digital service tax. You know what I mean. There was supposed to be a digital service tax that he got rid of. You know, he actually has a minister for AI. He's all about the big tech bros. It's disconcerting because he wants to replace people with AI, but not have any safety nets in place for those people who will no longer have jobs.
When the world is more dangerous, Mark Carney has cut support for the most vulnerable people on our planet. And the environment, almost nothing. No new funding for conservation, no real plan to protect the planet our kids will inherit. This budget tells you everything about this government's priorities. It's not working people they're protecting. It's the wealthy and the well-connected. Canadians deserve better. And Mark Carney still has the opportunity to work with us at the table and make the changes that will deliver fairness, that will make sure that we can take care of each other, that we can take care of our neighbors with investments in people, in communities, and in our shared future.
Again, there's nothing wrong with what she said in that. But she doesn't have that thing needed to really make people passionate? Like, how energized do you feel about that? Do you feel about the budget after that? Like, like, nothing she said was wrong, but it's not enough to get people to be like, you know what, you're right. This is unfair. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to do something about it. I'm going to message my MP and say that this bill cannot pass. Yeah, I'm going to suddenly become an NDP member because of the passion in this. None of it. None of it. It's not really her place yet to say what the NDP would be doing better, but that's the thing that I'm worried about, is that Heather will run on not being the other two parties and not run on this is what the NDP will offer the people. They give people something to vote for rather than just being like, we're the default, vote for us so you don't vote for them. So iPolitics also has an article out because, you know, those conservatives, they actually helped the Liberals stay afloat. Conservatives helped Liberals survive confidence vote, defeat Bloc amendment. The NDP and Green leader Elizabeth May backed the Bloc Québécois amendment, meaning Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre's caucus single-handedly kept the Liberal government from being defeated. So this could have been already defeated. We could already be calling for an election, except the Conservatives helped make sure that wasn't the case. Prime Minister Mark Carney has survived a confidence vote for the second time this week after MPs overwhelmingly defeated the Bloc Québécois amendment to the government's recent budget. The Bloc called on the House Commons to reject the budget on the basis that it did not provide a top-up for old age security recipients and contained insufficient measures to fight climate change, amongst other grievances. And all of that is true. The Bloc there, they're not right about everything. This is true. Budget motion amendments aren't always considered confident votes, but Government House Leader Stephen McKinnon said that the government was treating them as such, raising the prospect of a snap election. The amendment was defeated by a margin of 306 to 30 on Friday through NDP MPs and Green leader Elizabeth May backed the sovereigntist proposal. As such, it was the Conservatives that helped the government from being defeated. If Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre's caucus of 142 MPs, which does not count newly minted Liberal, we'll get into the floor crossing in just a moment, had voted against the government, Canadians would have been sent back to the polls for the second time in less than 12 months. A final vote on the government's budget motion, which is also a confidence matter, has been scheduled for November 17th when parliamentarians return from a one-week hiatus. So, I guess there's not much rest, so I'll finish reading the article. So basically, November 17th is we will know for sure if we're going to an election or not for Christmas. The Conservative and Bloc have already indicated they will vote against the budget, though the NDP position remains unclear. New Democrats share concerns expressed by the Bloc in the motion voted today, read a statement from interim NDP leader Don Davies. In particular, we want to see increase in healthcare funding, better support for seniors, and climate action. We have not yet made a determination on how we will vote the main budget on November 17th. They really do not want to go to an election right now, but my God, is Mark Carney making it difficult for them to have any sort of wiggle room. We continue to engage with working with Canadians to assess the impact of the budget on their lives. Earlier this week, a Conservative initiative sub-amendment to the budget, which also called on the economic plan to be rejected, was defeated by the Liberals, NDP, and Bloc. So Poilievre blasts Carney over budget deficit spending in free market speech. So Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre needled Prime Minister Mark Carney over the size of the federal deficit Friday in a speech offering his critique of the Liberal budget. And this is from Global News. Also, keep in mind that the Conservatives is always about, oh no, deficit. And yet the deficit always balloons under Conservatives. I think this is going to be the one exception where it's actually going to be worse under the Liberals, but generally speaking, it's worse under the Conservatives. Poilievre delivered his address to the business crowd at the Economics Forum. We're not going to go into it. Polyev speech was repurposed some proposal from the Conservative election campaign in the spring, largely championed free market ethos. What you really have as a difference between us, between the Kearney liberals and the Polyev conservatives is this. They believe in adding a new obstacle for all you, then asking you to go to them and ask for a handout to help you get over those same obstacles, he said. He has a bad habit of referring things to handouts. When in fact, it should be none of the above. We should get out of the way and off your back. I want to hear the dad joke, though, and see how bad it is. Sorry, I'm going to make you listen to this. I haven't heard it yet.
Recently, he had a little one, baby Sadie, him and Morgan. And there was a tense moment after baby Sadie was born. She came out, and the dreadful silence. No cry, no murmur, no nothing. And Morgan...
This is a pretty shit setup for a joke.
And Dan didn't know what was happening. The doctor said, "Don't worry, I know exactly what to do." He picked up baby Sadie and whispered something in her ear, and out came a roar, as if from a lioness. And the baby went on to cry for hours and hours without stopping. Later that day, Dan went to the doctor and said, "What did you tell my poor little girl that made her cry so much?"
That's a child just out of the womb would understand. Okay,
And he said, "I just told her that her share of the national debt is $32,000.
Oh my God, this guy is so fucking uncharismatic. He's totally going to lose that leadership review. Oh my God. There's no way in hell the conservatives are going to keep him on as leader. That was funny, but not for the reasons he had hoped. Okay. But as Coffee Time News points out, maybe if he wasn't so busy needling, he would have remembered that it's the opposition's leader's job to table a budget amendment. So they did earlier, but, you know, they need to keep on doing that. It was voted against. Anyway, more from iPolitics. So now we're getting into some floor crossing situations, which is going to heat things up and make this interesting. The Wild West. Do they have a laugh track tape? I don't know if that would make it worse or better. Because I would imagine that a lot of people were just laughing at him saying, this fucking moron. Oh, because everything the conservatives say when it comes to budget and stuff, they make it worse. Like they would make the cost of living worse. They just, So liberals released a statement from Chris Dentement, I think, confirming he has joined the caucus. Counting Speaker Francis Barbagia, who only votes in the case of a tie. The Liberals now have 170 seats in the House of Commons. So, they have 170 seats. To get a majority, they need 172. They're just 2 seats away. And if there is a tie, then the House Speaker would break the tie, most likely in the favor of the Liberals. So early this afternoon, upon presentation of the 2025 budget, and this is from Chris, I informed the leader of the opposition House leader, that he is crossing the floor. After serious consideration and thoughtful conversations with constituents and family, I came to a clear conclusion. There is a better path forward for our country and a better path forward for Acadianopolis. Prime Minister Mark Carney is offering that path with a new budget that hits the priorities I have heard most in my writing: to build a strong community, infrastructure, and grow stronger, and so on and so forth, and why he's switching. But here's the thing. It wouldn't surprise me if there's a lot of conservatives that are tempted to, and we'll get more into it as well, because Mark Carney is offering the conservative budget the conservatives are drooling over. Like, this is a budget the conservatives want. They want it so much, but they can't publicly show it because then that goes against their partisan rules. But the thing is that it's a flat out, it's a conservative party. And so the NDP is going to swoop in, and they're moving, like Heather McPherson, she's moving more and more towards liberals, thinking, okay, so we're going to pick up the disenfranchised liberals. And she's doing that at the expense of all the progressives that were still hanging on to the NDP party. There's going to be an imbalance there because those partisan people, PPPs, they don't pay attention to a lot of the policy, and they'll still vote liberal. And the very few that do pay attention won't be enough to compensate for the progressives who do tend to pay a lot more attention to policies. And so Heather McPherson is just going to pick up a handful of these liberals at the expense of the entire base of the NDP. Meanwhile, Mark Carney is maintaining those liberals who don't pay attention, who are just, voting on partisan lines because that's what they've always done, while also picking up a whole bunch of conservatives that are looking at Mark Carney and understanding that he's giving them everything they want, and they're not the fucking loser Pierre Poilievre is. They're actually somebody that they could be like, yeah, he's my prime minister, and not feel ashamed every time he talks or tries to tell a dad joke. Like, Mark Carney is the leader the conservatives dream of. But Mark Carney was quick to be like, yeah, we got him. We're honored.
I want to thank my colleagues from the National Capital Region for joining me, and I would especially like to thank Chris D'Entremont, the Member for Parliament for Acadie, Annapolis. I'm honored to welcome him as the newest member of our government caucus.
And lots of applause. I can't play this clip because there's music. But Mark Carney, again, just saying, welcome to the team, Chris. This is an important moment for our country. We are working together to build our communities, grow a strong economy, and create new opportunities for people in Acadie, Annapolis, across Canada. And so this is obviously intentional to show all the jubilation over this, because right now there's a lot of conservatives that are sticking with the conservatives, not out of, principle, but because they're being threatened and they hate it there. And meanwhile, they're like, hey, come over to our side. We'll love you. We'll like you. We'll applaud you. We'll give you all of the credit and the attention and the accolades you believe you deserve if you come over to us. And grass is greener. That's what they're saying, really. And it might work. We still have time before the actual vote on the budget. It doesn't take much. So here is Chris D'Entremont has walked into his first Liberal caucus meeting alongside Prime Minister Mark Carney. He was greeted with standing ovation and cheers of Chris, Chris, Chris. And so this is very alluring to people's ego.
Prime Minister, budget will pass. A good day for Canada. We're going to move in forward a week.
Could you imagine staying in the Conservative Party right now when it's all doom and gloom and threats to stay there? Or walking into a room like this, where you're being appreciated? Oh, the Conservative Party is just hanging on by a thread right now. Hugs and appreciation. So there was lots of talk that there's a few other conservatives where there's a strong suspicion that they're about to cross the floor. However, due to those threats and things of that sort, it's become more difficult for them to want to do that. So instead, we have Conservative MPP here. Let's switch to this view. Just decide to step down from the caucus. YouTube is being such a pain in the ass right now.
We have some breaking news to report to you. Just delivered into my inbox. Matt Genereux, who is an MP that represents a riding in Edmonton, the riding of Edmonton Riverbend, has just announced that he is resigning as a member of Parliament. This is
so not just from caucus, like he's giving up his job as an MP. Now, we don't know when this is going to happen. He just says that that's his intention. But the thing is that now that he's done that, he's made his intention clear. So what if he doesn't vote for the budget then? And that's the thing. It just takes a few abstentions from this budget for this budget to go forward. So right now, all the numbers are based on if everyone who can vote votes. But if we have a few people abstain, and we have somebody like this guy, Matt, who has no, what's the word? There's like no political threat anymore because he's just throwing that out the door. There's nothing stopping him from just abstaining. And that's all it takes is just a few people to abstain and for all the Liberals to vote, and the budget will go through without a problem. And Mark Carney is only going to go further and further to the right. The more he gets away with, he's just, he is running for the right with all of his policies, with his corporate interests. We have a conservative government right now, and anyone who doesn't realize that isn't paying attention to politics. We have a conservative government.
very significant politically because yesterday, when there was more discussion about who else from the Conservative Party would be leaving the Conservatives to move to the Liberals, the most speculated name was Matt Genereux. So much so that he released a one-line statement yesterday afternoon through his office saying that he would not be leaving the Conservative Party. He is now announcing that he is resigning altogether as a member of Parliament.
And so, oh, right, I wanted to do this one first. Boom. Move that over here. So this is the letter that Matt sent out. And this is, so it's going to trigger a by-election and all that sort of stuff. So then the Liberals, if they pick up that seat, then they'll be tied, you know, they would just need one vote difference type thing to have a majority. And so the thing is that somebody caught this, and you can't unsee it once you see it. This is the letter that he sent out. For those who have reached out, I am deeply grateful for your friendship and concern. However, I ask you please not attempt to contact my family during this time. Why should that have to be said? Like, that's the thing. Like, why should that have to be said? Why do you have to specifically say, don't contact my family? What is happening? It's like, yeah. Why are people contacting his family? Like, it's just, no. Keep away from the family. You don't contact them. If the family choose to get involved with the politics and stuff like that, that's one thing. But if it's their personal family and stuff like that, why the fuck are you contacting them? So I ran in the election hopeful that Canadians would put their faith in the team led by Pierre Poilievre's Conservative, offering a chance to change Canada's perception in our own country and around the world. I wanted desperately to play a role in that vision. Although the outcome was not what I anticipated, I have great admiration for the many remarkable individuals who elected to the House of Commons on both sides of the aisle. Again, that's a good indication he's not happy with the Conservative Party because he is giving praise to both sides of the aisle, who continue to dedicate themselves for the betterment of the nation. Their work gives me faith in the momentum towards a stronger and more unified Canada endures. With all this in mind, earlier today I spoke with Opposition Whip, a colleague and friend for whom I have the utmost respect, to inform him of my decision to resign as a member of Parliament. It was not easy, but it is, I believe, the right move. I hope to have the opportunity to address the House one final time in the future. For now, my focus must turn entirely to my family and to the responsibilities that will come. You see, if you keep on threatening your MPs and stuff like that, they might just say, you know what, fuck this, it's not worth the cost. Like, he's part of the 1%. He got into Parliament to begin with. he's going to be able to find another CEO type job, maybe with a lobbying group or something of that sort. So he'll be fine financially. But if you keep on pressuring people and threatening them, they're just going to say, you know what, fuck it. I'm not going to be involved with this. I don't have to put up with this. And I think that's a lot of what happened. So here's more from Rachel Gilmore with some synopsises on this. So as the dust settles on Carney's first budget, it became increasingly clear which Canadians he thinks need to make sacrifices. Hint, it's not the ultra wealthy. In fact, it's clear why some who still consider himself as a conservative feel at home in the Liberal government.
The more I think about this budget that the Carney government stuck us with, the more pissed off I get. I'm going to tell you exactly why, but to do so, I need to take a few steps back. We all know by now that a Conservative MP has crossed the floor to the Liberals, and people are going nuts speculating about who might be next. And rumors, which I haven't substantiated, are circulating on social media that Poilievre's guys are threatening to, quote, ruin anyone thinking of crossing the floor, including, according to this former Liberal staffer, quote, digging up personal dirt and blackmail.
At that point, people might be like, you know what? Yeah, I'm just going to quit. Not worth it. Not going to deal with this. I'm just going to quit.
Maher is a longtime political journalist on the Hill, and he said that this rumor is, quote, widespread and fairly specific. Still, Chris d'Entremont went ahead with it, and he said it was at least in part because of Poilievre's leadership style. But there's another thing about this that I can't shake. Chris continues to call himself a conservative, specifically
a red Tory.
That is an ideology that many have also ascribed to Mark Carney. It basically means, to oversimplify things, someone who is fiscally conservative but socially liberal. And it says a lot to me about this government that someone who still calls themselves a conservative, albeit a more progressive one, feels at home in this Liberal Party.
It doesn't surprise me at all, though. As I've been saying, since Mark Carney got him power and started to do things, he is the leader the Conservatives dream they could have. Plain and simple. So yes, Mark Carney is very appealing to a lot of Conservatives right now because they would look at Mark as being competent, assured, capable, all of that sort of stuff, all the things that Pierre Poilievre is not, and passing the policy they want.
He specified that he was partially drawn to the party because of the budget. That makes sense when you consider how this government is approaching its fiscal discipline. Because as you know by now, they are spending big on generational investments, which includes tons of tax incentives for businesses and a whole lot of defense spending. But they aren't primarily offsetting this spending through, say, taxes, even though there are clearly some who aren't paying their fair share. Income inequality in Canada is the worst it's been in recorded history. But instead of, say, raising taxes on the rich, they're paying for this generational investment by slashing public service jobs and bringing in AI to supplement it, and reducing annual program spending increases. Here's what some union guys had to say about that.
Don't forget, they're cutting the luxury taxes.
Ordinary Canadians are going to be impacted by these cuts in dramatic ways. It's not just public servants losing their jobs. That is a terrible thing to be doing in the middle of an unemployment crisis. But at the same time, we're talking about worsening services for Canadians or outright taking things away from ordinary Canadians.
No wonder a red Tory likes this budget. In fact, now that people are having more time to actually read this budget, we're getting a much clearer picture of who is having to make those sacrifices that Carney was talking about. And more specifically, who isn't. The government is getting rid of the luxury tax on private planes and yachts, saying that this was inefficient. And they're getting rid of the underused housing tax, which previously put an extra 1% tax on those who have empty or underused homes in a housing crisis. Oh, and that capital gains tax the oligarchs were freaking out about? The one that only increased what the rich have to pay on their capital gains over $250,000. Yeah, it sounds like that increase is permanently gone. So let me get this straight.
And that was one of the first taxes that Mark Carney got rid of when he first got into power, was the capital gains tax. Putting pause on it. But now, of course, not shockingly, it's gone.
We're scrapping several taxes that only impact the rich, all while we're sacrificing investments in programs and public service jobs. So we can pay for generational investments that primarily benefit business and defense. No wonder Conservatives are crossing the floor. What do you think of all this?
Not to mention, the amount of military spending in this budget is absolutely ridiculous. Like, it is turning Canada into a war machine. It is shocking how much money they want to put into the military when that has no benefit to the material needs of Canadians. None. So this was the election results from the election earlier this year. And so you need 172 seats for a majority. And so as you can see, the election, the Liberals had 169. So now that's up to 170 because one of the Conservatives crossed the floor. And so now the Conservatives are down to 143, but that might soon be down to 142. So if that MP who has decided to resign, if they end up getting a Liberal seat, then that puts the Liberals at 171. Which means the Green Party can have a blast. Saying, you want my vote? Accommodate me. But as you can see, the New Democrats are down to 7, which is not even party status, and the Bloc Québécois is at 22. So right now, as is, there's 170 Liberal members. So that means if 3 people just abstain, the budget will pass. And here's some more breakdowns of that. So by the numbers, here's what needs to happen in a budget to avoid an election. And so we'll skip down. So at the Blocs back Liberals, this is what the breakdown would be. So the Bloc Québécois with 22, that would be 191. So that means that, yes, the budget would pass. There'd be no election. If the NDP posts, basically, if any of the big parties other than the Green, well, the Green isn't a big part, if they vote with the Liberals, the budget will pass. So, yes. So if just the Greens, then no, it won't, because then the 172 is what the composition of the other 3 parties are. So if all opposition's party votes against the bill, then it will not pass. So the Conservatives, Bloc Québécois, and NDP will all have to vote against it in order for it to not pass and trigger an election. But here, if NDP or Bloc members abstain, this is where we get interesting. It doesn't take much. So if all 7 of the NDP abstain, then that means that there's only 151 votes against it. Like, it doesn't take much. So this is if the Bloc Québécois abstains, then the other 3 parties make up 151, the Liberals at 169, 170. It would pass. If the NDP abstains, it would pass. So yeah, my strong suspicion is there's going to be enough people abstaining, because we just need a few, for the budget to pass. And then that way they can say, well, we didn't vote for it, but you didn't vote against it either. And I strongly suspect there's going to be people in the NDP who do that in particular, because they do not want an election right now. Where are we at? Still got 2 dockets. One of them is pretty long. Oh my God. Oh my God. How long have I been at this? 3 hours. Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. It feels later because the time change. Okay, going to check the SandBox, and then we'll get into some provincial politics. Hello, B-Cat. Hello, the Wild West. Okay, I'm not going to scroll all the way up to the top because I tend to spend way too much time in the SandBox in between dockets. I'm pretty sure I said hi to you already, Bad Lefty. If not, hello. The reference frame. Budget drop, mic drop in the head of Elizabeth May. Yeah. I dropped the budget. That's the same as dropping the mic. Alice 1374 says essentially be Mandami and win. Yes. And I'll bitch about that in a little bit in my last docket of the day, because some of the NDP leaders gave a lot of praise to Mandami. Yet they would kick somebody like Mandami out of their party. Odds is. But that's what we need. We need somebody that is just boldly progressive and willing to do, you know, things that actually have a material difference on people's lives, like the grocery stores, free transit. I interviewed Yves Angler, who wants to be a leadership candidate for the NDP, but hasn't gotten there yet. And he talked about expropriating a lot of these empty houses. And I'm like, yes, we need that sort of bold things done because we're in a crisis. You know, if you just throw out life rings when we need to be sending in lifeboats, you know, the life rings are still good, but a lot of people aren't going to make it. We need bold change. We need, you know, we need to leapfrog it. We need to just completely bypass a lot of the incrementalism and go big. And people want that. They want that change. They want new. They want something that will actually have, you know, a concrete difference in their lives. But none of the parties are offering that. Oops. Let's see. BCAT, he's your Biden. No, he's our Keir Starmer. Yeah, I don't think Mark Carney and Biden are comparable, really. Because I think Joe Biden was more progressive and had better proposals than Mark Carney. Ugh, which is just sad. BCat likes my hair today. Why, thank you. The reference frame. That letter was weird. Yeah, it was weird. There's definitely some things going on in Matt's life that's like, I'm just, it's like he sees the ticking bomb and he's like, I'm just going to slowly back away. Or he sees the leopards and he can hear their stomach grumbling and he's like, yeah, I don't have to outrun the leopards. I just have to outrun the other people. The Wild West. As someone who grew up in Ottawa, I have to say it's like a soap opera up in there. It'd be fascinating being like a Parliament Hill reporter and getting all the dirt and getting in there, going to their bars because there's bars where a lot of the MPs go to. It'd be wild. Bad Lefty. Red Tory took the exact words out of my mouth. Yes, and you would actually understand what that means. Americans wouldn't. Well, wouldn't necessarily, but Yapon jumpers know what a red Tory would mean. Let's see. Convenient. Estelle, are we even helping Ukraine? Is the spending to help defend Ukraine, it would be more acceptable? I don't actually know what Mark Carney's thoughts on Ukraine are. off the top of my head. Like, I know he's going to spend 5% of GDP to eventually go towards NATO. But I don't know where he stands on Ukraine specifically. The reference frame PP pretty much forced him to stay until spring because he wants people to vote for him in the vote of confidence in January. I suspect some backdoor dealings will happen. That's possible. But he has no, there's no pressure on him now to actually vote for the budget. Or to vote against the budget, I mean. So I could see Matt being one of those people to abstain. Because he'll face no political consequences for doing that. Bad lefty. Biden sucks, but he's far more progressive than Carney. Yeah. Because I can't see Carney doing a lot of what Biden did. And Biden didn't do much of anything, but yeah. Okay. Okay, let's get back into some provincial stuff. We'll start with just a story out of Alberta, and then it's primarily a lot of stuff from Ontario. I'm biased in my coverage because, well, I live in Ontario. Also, Ontario has almost half the population of Canada. Almost. Okay, so recently there was a vote towards the not using the notwithstanding clause in Alberta to force striking teachers back to work. Danielle Smith was so insistent on it that instead of sticking around for the vote, she was overseas. She flew out to do some dealings with some oil oligarchs. Yeah, so she didn't even respect the teachers enough to vote for the notwithstanding clause to strip away their rights. Well, she's back and not happy. So here we have Sean saying Alberta's premier is back from overseas. She was asked about the recall campaigns and hinted legislation could be coming to stop bad faith petitioners from trying to topple her government. So let's just say that people are so upset with what Danielle Smith is doing towards the teachers and using the notwithstanding clause that the people are actually networking and getting together to try to force recalls of their MLAs, their members of legislative assembly. But Danielle Smith is like, how dare you be so upset with these people that you try to, do what was within your right in your way of protesting and try to do a recall. I'm going to make it harder so that you can't, because it's all in bad faith. The fact that you're upset with us for using the notwithstanding clause to force teachers back to work without a deal and strip away their rights and their ability to bargain. It's so bad faith if you think we should be recalled because of that.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's not meant to overthrow and topple governments
And it wouldn't overthrow or topple a government if you're just doing to a few people, like the education minister.
term. Normally what happens is you wait for a general election.
Do you know what? Some people can't wait until a general election if things are that bad. Sometimes there needs to be mechanisms in place to stop MPPs, MLAs from being destructive, horrible people in between elections. Winning an election shouldn't be a clean slate to be able to do whatever the fuck you want until the next one.
to be able to have the record of government tested, and that will be a time that we'll be able to have that discussion. So I don't believe that the recall petitions have been entered to in good faith. That being said, Mr. Speaker, there is no legislation.
So she's just calling a whole bunch of people in Alberta, her constituents. They're just not doing it in good faith. They're just a bunch of bad faith people
On the table at the moment to make any changes. So the members are going to wait and see if any of these petitions end up getting the number of signatures, and then we'll deal with it at that time.
Speaking of petitions, no changes coming at the moment for Alberta's recall legislation, Danielle Smith. So Alberta Premier Danielle Smith says her government has no plans to change provincial recall legislation, at least for the moment. The legislation has been brought to the forefront lately as 2 petitions were recently given the green light by Elections Canada, kickstarting efforts to unseat members of Smith's United Conservative Caucus, with more petitions potentially on the way. Smith, during question period Wednesday, said she's concerned such petitions drives aren't using the legislation in good faith, but instead trying to overthrow her government. Facing heckles and blah, blah, blah. So that being said, there is no legislation on the table at the moment to make any changes, so the members are going to wait to see if any of these petitions end up getting the number of signatures, and then we'll deal with them at that time. And so she's not going to make it more difficult for these sorts of petitions, but is this it? Basically, there was the petition from Elections Canada. Is this it? Okay, I must have accidentally closed it thinking it was part of something else. So there's the petition that's in place to vote to have Alberta stay in Canada versus the one that she wanted where it was a separation thing. And they're like, well, we're just not going to fund it. We're not going to fund it. Even though it's our responsibility as the province, we're not going to fund it. No, we won't pay for it. So you can't have this petition go through. But here, the breakdown, if you want to pay attention to Albertan news, they're a great channel to follow. With Smith's deploying the notwithstanding clause on one front and setting up more, we asked Dwayne Bratt at our live show for his assessment on whether or not Alberta is becoming more and more authoritarian. His answer should be required for all Albertans.
The other thing to be worried
we can just skip to this part.
So we'll have to...
oh, actually, it's not that long.
The other thing to be worried about is a lot of this is going to be popular. Forcing the teachers back to work is going to be popular. Parents may sympathize with teachers, and we've got lots of polling data to show that, but they also want their kids back in school. And when they forced the port workers back, when they forced Air Canada flight attendants back, those were all popular. This will be popular.
What he's saying here reminds me a lot of that phrase that came up with, a journalist came up with for the genocide that's happening in Gaza, is that someday everyone will have been against this. And people tend to forget that when a lot of these horrendous laws went into place, and he's going to talk about a bit more, that a lot of the population were in support of them. And it wasn't until a lot later on. It's like all the protests and stuff at schools and colleges, because a lot of the civil rights protests that happened in American universities and stuff like that, at the time that they were happening, they were not popular, and the media was against them, the politicians were against them. But now those same people, those same protesters are held up on a pedestal of like, this is what the country should be, and this is a shining example of people taking their rights back and all that sort of stuff. And so right now we're in the midst of a whole bunch of like, we're pushing through horrendous policy, and it might be popular by the people in the moment because the people just want, immediate gains or ideal gains, or what they see as being some sort of gain. They just want immediate end to suffering, and they're told that this is how some of your suffering will be reduced. But in the future, when they look back at it, they'll be like, oh, that wasn't good, was it?
Punching down on small minorities like transgender people is going to be popular. internment of the Japanese was popular when it happened. The War Measures Act of Pierre Trudeau was popular at the time. And then over time it goes, oh my God, if I had been there, we'd never have done that. And so that's kind of a problem, is you're not going to see the full effects until later on. And so we'll have to, I'm not optimistic about where we're going in this province.
I asked you this question. I think I've asked you this question the last 3 times that I've had you on the show. You know where I'm going. Is Alberta becoming more authoritarian?
Yes.
Yeah, simple answer. And yeah, it is. Stripping away rights, targeting minority groups, vulnerable groups, making it harder to vote. They're doing so much in Alberta that is just, it's going authoritarian. So now we're switching over into Ontario, and there was also some budgeting stuff here happening. A lot of not good stuff here happening. So here, Tina Yazdani says no new money for schools, hospitals, or housing in the Ford government's fall mini budget, which projects significant job losses, dwindling housing starts, and a $13.5 billion deficit. But there may be financial relief available for Ontario businesses directly impacted by U.S. tariffs. So the things that we are in most crisis of right now, which is our schools, hospital, and housing, the Ford budget does dick all for it. In fact, it just keeps on getting worse.
The Ford government's fall mini budget projecting significant job losses, dwindling housing starts, and a ballooning $13.5 billion deficit. And while the finance minister largely blames the tariffs, critics say there is more that he could be doing right here.
A plan to protect Ontario.
Specifically from U.S. tariffs on Canada. The 200-page mini-budget makes the Ford government's priorities clear. There is no new money for schools, hospitals, or housing, but instead Ontario businesses directly impacted by the tariffs, who can now apply for financial relief.
So they can stay open, they can meet payroll and compete.
But of the 5...
Now, I don't have anything wrong with helping out businesses that are impacted by the tariffs. We need a fucking place to live. We need to be able to live somewhere. Our children need to be educated. They need to be able to go to schools that can accommodate their needs. When we go to an ER, we should be seen while there's still time to help whatever condition you have before it's too late. Yeah. And thank you so much for Fuelmar Music for becoming a Feldspar member of the SandBox. Really appreciate it.
$1 billion set aside back in August in the government's Protect Ontario Fund to support steel, aluminum, copper, and auto sector businesses. Only $100 million has been doled out so far to...
If only there were still talks going on between the federal government and the Trump government about trade and stuff and tariffs. If only. I wonder what happened to that. I wonder if there was a reason why those talks ended. Huh. Yeah.
One company, Algoma Steel. Why has the rollout of these funds been so slow?
Well, it hasn't been slow at all. We've been in the process of adjudicating those applications.
On top of that, the government is tripling a fund designed to help small and medium-sized businesses from $50 million to $150 million. But opposition leaders say tariff relief funds are not enough for the 700,000 people already out of work in Ontario.
Doug Ford is a jobs disaster.
The economic update shows a bleak unemployment rate projected to rise this year to 7.8%, up from 7% last year.
The government had an opportunity here to help reverse this course, but that is not what we heard today.
And housing starts are down yet again.
Quite frankly, the Premier has thrown in the towel on fixing the housing crisis. Housing starts have collapsed.
Even the finance minister admitting the government's goal of building 1.5 million homes by 2031 may now be out of reach.
That target is no longer a hard target, but that we're going to continue to move forward on building as many homes as we can.
But there is money for the tunnel under the 401. We've learned the contract for the feasibility study has been awarded to a Canadian company for $9.1 million. That's just the first step of what has been projected to.
So there's already been a feasibility study done at the taxpayer dime for this tunnel under the 401, which said, you know what, it'd be at high risk of collapsing the road. So you could be driving down that tunnel and suddenly the 401 drops down on top of you. That's nightmare fuel. So this has already been done, but Doug Ford is like, but I really want the tunnel. I really, really want it. So I'm going to get in there one. And the taxpayers are going to pay $9.1 million for me to get in there one done because I really want to spend $100 billion on a fucking tunnel.
To be a $100 billion project.
I don't know how they sleep at night. You know, I'll just say it. Nobody believes this is where we should be spending money right now.
Despite signs warning of a weakening Ontario economy, the finance minister is still promising to balance the books in just 2 years. The ministry is forecasting a $7.8 billion.
With what Ford is doing, there's no way those books will be balanced. None. Zero.
Deficit next year before a surplus of $0.2 billion the year after that. But there is skepticism around that. Last month, Ontario's financial watchdog projected a $10 billion deficit that same year. Critics say there will have to be significant cuts to service to achieve that surplus. For City News, I'm Tina Yazdani.
So, Ford government bypassing debate on bill to more easily take over school boards. So he's fast tracking a whole bunch of bills because he knows they're not popular. And if you fast track them, they're not going to be in the media as much. And when they're not in the media as much, it's easier for him to get it through because Bill 60 got into the media because it was absolutely devastating for renters and would have forced so many people ending up on the streets. And so he just wants to fast track these so that they can go in under the radar when people aren't paying attention. So the Ford government is moving, and this is from Global News, the Ford government is moving to limit debate and public hearings on several pieces of legislation, including a bill which make it easier for Queen's Park to sideline trustees and take control of school boards. Their goal, of course, is to privatize them. But yeah, the whole point of having bills and stuff is for the debate and public hearings. That's where you find out where things might be going wrong. But they know that it's not popular to take away people who are elected into school boards and replacing them with people who will get paid a shit ton of money. We'll get into it. So a motion from the House Leader Steve Clark on Wednesday looks to speed Bill 33, 40, and 60 through the legislative process after the government shortened the fall sitting by more than a month. Bill 33 was tabled in the spring and makes it easier for the ministers of education to take over school boards as the government moves forward with its major overhaul of the system. Yes, it's all about that small government, isn't it? That the Conservatives constantly say they're in favor of. The legislation would expand the reasons for initiating an investigation or putting a board under supervision beyond just financial ones to include matters of public interest and allow Ministry of Education staff to conduct school board audits. Aw, man, you put up a pride flag and we don't like it. We're going to do an audit. But part of the reason why some of these school boards have been taken over was they couldn't meet their budgets. That's because they're drastically underfunded. It's kind of like, again, going back to somebody on disability. So you have $50 for the month to spend. If you don't budget it properly, we're going to come in and dictate every element of your life because obviously you don't know how to spend money. It is, they underfunded the schools to a point there was no way, no matter how much they budget, would meet the demands that the provincial government was putting on them. And then the provincial government used that as an excuse to take them over with the eventual goal of privatizing them. The bill would also give the minister power to direct school boards to publicly post expenses of trustees. The director of education and others would give the minister power over the school names and when boards open new schools or want to change existing names. And so on and so on. So let's see. So Bill 40, Bill 60, which deals with changes in tenant landlords, will follow the same path. Bypassing its committee hearings entirely, it has already seen reversal from the government, which backed away from a plan to potentially end evergreen leases. So there's still a lot in Bill 60, which is just pure trash, will make it harder on tenants, easier for landlords to evict people. It is still a horrendous bill. All they did was get rid of the security of tenure thing that they were going to question, and they didn't get rid of it. They're just, we're not going to look at that part right now, which means for people like me who can afford to live in an apartment because I have a contract and a lease that goes back over a decade, and I go month to month, but it carries over my same contract. Well, it would give landlords the abilities to say, yeah, we're not going to look at those anymore, and we get to start over, and your month-to-month contracts no longer mean shit. Which would mean a whole lot of people would suddenly be out of a home because there's no way we'd be able to afford it. So Bill 40, dealing with energy policy, will enjoy a brief time-limited committee. Does it say what Bill 40 does here? I believe so. Come on. I read it somewhere. Oh well. So they will do anything to get what they want, this expensive democracy, and at the expense of Ontarians who won't have a chance to have their voices heard, NDP leader Mart Stiles said. Most of what we want to discuss in the legislation was not part of the election conversation. The government knows that perfectly well. They were elected to provide economic security to the people of Ontario, and none of that legislation goes anywhere towards doing that. I thought this said something about Bill 40, or it could be in one of these other bazillion tabs that I have open. But I forget what it is off the top of my head, but I know it's somewhere in this noise. Anyway, so more from Tina. Ontario's education minister said he's not embarrassed that school boards are being forced to pay $350,000 annually to the supervisors he appointed. So the schools that are struggling to maintain their budgets, now they have to pay, this is coming out of the school's budget, to pay somebody that the minister appointed to the position $350,000 a year for, get this, 3.5 days worth of work a week.
We've now learned local school boards will have to find $350,000 in their budget to pay for the Ford government's school supervisors. We caught up with the education minister today, who is defending that hefty salary. You don't think $2,000 a day is a lot of money?
I think it is the appropriate amount of money, given the challenges that all of these boards face.
It's a lot of fucking money.
Look, the reality is, I would rather not have supervisors in place of these boards, but these are boards that took massive surpluses that were supposed to be spent for in the classroom.
The Ford government appointed school supervisors.
So we're going to take away more of that money that the school boards needs for in-classroom stuff so that they can pay it to these people I'm appointing
to rein in school board spending, but those same supervisors are charging the very boards they've been tasked to fix up to $2,000 a day for a maximum of 3.5 days a week.
Are they billing the maximum amount, as far as you know?
I don't pay attention to what their billing is.
That is a shit answer. Well, I don't pay attention to if they're doing the maximum or not. Why would I pay attention to that? It's none of my business.
But my expectation
How can you not
is...
pay attention to what their billing is when you've been scrutinizing trustee spending?
So just allow me to finish. If you're asking me, do I expect that they'll spend $350,000 each of those supervisors? It is my expectation that they will. I'm not shy of the fact or embarrassed of the fact that there is a budget in place for these supervisors to do their work, and I expect them to do it, and I will hold them accountable.
Our schools can't afford educational assistants, ECs, mental health workers, but somehow the government's going to force them to spend $350,000 on a school supervisor, taking money out of the classroom. That makes no sense to me.
The supervisors replaced trustees at 5 Ontario school boards, including the TDSB, where 22 trustees made an average $25,000 each annually. But Paul Calan.
So 22 people making $25,000 a year are being replaced with one person that would make $350,000 a year. How do I get that fucking job?
Has zeroed in on their spending, flagging expenses like trips to Italy, late-night meals, watch straps, and TV mounts as misuse of taxpayer dollars.
This government shouldn't be talking about misuse of taxpayer dollars. More about that later.
If a trustee's misbehaving, you can vote them out in the next election, but you can't vote out these supervisors.
The appointed supervisors have no background in education, but rather finance. The TDSB's supervisor served as an advisor to Metrolinx.
Their biggest qualifications is they're Tory insiders.
The education minister is still considering whether or not to permanently eliminate the role of trustees in this province, and in the meantime, he is fast-tracking his Bill 33, so there will be no opportunity to debate the proposed changes to school boards. Critics are calling it an affront to democracy.
Yep. And so, yeah, we don't have to watch the video for here, but just want to highlight again. The Toronto District School Board's 22 trustees made just over $550,000 last year. So that's all 22 of them combined, which breaks down to $25,000 a year versus a single person making $350,000 a year that the school board has to pay for. It is sickening. It is gross that Doug Ford is being allowed to get away with this. So it's not just school boards and stuff that he wants to amalgamate and get rid of stuff, but also conservation authorities. So the Ford government is amalgamating Ontario's 36 conservation authorities into just 7 and creating a new centralized agency to govern them, promising the change will not result in job losses or changes to their mandate. On Friday morning, Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, Todd McCarthy, announced that the changes alongside the head of the newly unveiled Ontario Provincial Conservation Authority. And so saying it's fragmented and all that. So create standardized framework, which is not a bad thing, but don't be amalgamating them. Because they just want to, again, privatize our parks, our public parks. That's all they want to do. They're saying it out loud. But we don't need to go over the rest of this. It's just, so much, again, for that small government that the Conservatives constantly whine about. Meanwhile, here's Catherine Fife. She's an NDP MPP. Just, again, reiterating that Bill 60, even though the security of tenure is no longer on the table, it's still a shit bill. And so she's talking a bit about it here.
Hi, my name's Catherine Fife. I'm the MPP for Waterloo. In Ontario right now, there are more than 1.7 million people, or about 32% of the population, who rent their homes. In 2018, Ford's government changed the province's tenancy law by removing rent control for all new residential units. Landlords can raise rent by any amount in these newer properties. Renters across Waterloo Region are fighting back, and my office is working alongside local agencies to protect tenant rights. Tenants, for instance, at 145 McGregor Crescent in Waterloo are being threatened with rent eviction by their landlord. These are seniors, these are single parents, these are people living with disabilities. These corporate landlords do not care about you as an individual tenant, and they want those rents to continue to go up. Even though Premier Ford has paused his plan to remove fixed-term leases, Bill 60 is still going to make more Ontarians homeless by speeding up evictions and taking away tenants' rights. The government has indicated that they are going to time allocate it and limit debate. Please reach out to me. Bill 60, let's fight together.
And this is the outcome of the policies that Doug Ford has put into place. This is what happens with these horrendous laws.
Now a story about a 60-year-old disabled and homeless woman who has been living in a tent since April. Outreach workers in Sudbury confirm it's just one demographic they're seeing more of, living outdoors in encampments. CTV's Alana Everson reports.
60-year-old Christine Robert crawls into her collapsed tent in the pouring rain to get some mitts and dry socks. She says living like this is tough as she suffers from mental health issues and osteoarthritis in her back and hip.
Achy. Tired. I'm tired of living like this. It's just impossible. Some days you just want to give up.
Robert says she was evicted from her apartment by Sudbury Housing for not taking care of it. She says she knows it's her fault, but she was having a hard time coping after her sister died.
When apartments generally go to shit because the tenant can't take care of it, it's usually a sign of a mental health issue or a sign of a poverty issue. Those people need help. Kicking them out onto the street is inhumane. You know, there needs to be supports in place to make sure that people who have homes can stay in those homes.
I mean, she was my everything.
She says her tent was recently damaged by someone asking for a cigarette, and she didn't have enough to share.
So now I can only lie down or kneel in it. And it gets very sore on the back and the neck.
The Go Give Project does mobile outreach at encampment sites across the city. The charity says there's been a steady increase in homelessness, with more youth and seniors now living outdoors.
So there are a lot of factors.
Again, this is Doug Ford's doing. Like, yes, chances are some of these people would have found themselves on the street otherwise, but homelessness has skyrocketed under Doug Ford's policies when he got rid of rent controls in new buildings. This is absolutely on him. The amount of social murder this man is responsible for is just incomprehensible. And that he's allowed to not only get away with it, but has been reelected twice and could probably get reelected again now. There are just no words for that.
Factors, with the economy, people are unable to afford housing and food at the same time. So some are making those sacrifices. And then there are youth that are being aged out of the foster care system and they're ending up on the streets as well.
Robert said she's working with client navigators to try and find a warm place with a bed to live. In the meantime, she'll continue living in her tent, a situation she calls scary and unbearable. Alan Everson, CTV News.
So, back to that. So, I had these slightly out of order. So, the Ford government is amalgamating Ontario's 36 conservation authorities into just 7 and creating a new centralized agency to govern them. And somebody pointing out, so, sorry, these were slightly out of order. This should have been earlier, but I mean, Doug Ford's Minister of Environment just came to visit beaches East York and didn't even bother to go see the creek that had recently been filled with literal human waste. So I don't really get the sense that he actually cares too much about conservation in our province. Yeah. What's happening to the environment under the Conservatives and soon to be Liberal federal government is ridiculous. So there's been some controversy over the Skills Development Fund and millions of dollars going to, Doug Ford's buddies and friends and things of that sort. It's corruption. It's just pure, utter corruption. I haven't seen a more corrupt government other than maybe Donald Trump. Maybe. Like, I'm not exaggerating. It's just Donald Trump maybe does it on a larger scale just due to population and numbers. But like, if there was the same population and money available, Doug Ford would absolutely be as bad and worse. He is just so fucking corrupt. And so here we saw how housing is in dire need of money. Education in dire need of money. Healthcare is in dire need of money. And who gets 10 million? An adult entertainment club. Yeah. So this is from the Trillium. Venue of 10 million Skills Development Fund recipient partners now licensed as a adult entertainment club. Like, I do believe sex work is work, no doubt about it, but this really the best place to be putting this money right now when people are living in collapsed tents? So money from the Ford government's Skill Development Fund is benefiting the owner of a new Toronto nightclub where strippers give lap dances and scantily clad aerialists hang in the air by their teeth. FYE Ultra Club opened in September in the Horticulture Building in the Exhibition Place, a public historic site that entrepreneur Zlatko Starvorsky has had an exclusive lease for over 20 years. It promises itself as a burlesque-themed nightclub. Basically says, oh, they're not strippers, they're dancers, they're artists, all that sort of stuff. But still, I'll toss this into the SandBox so you can read up on it, but yeah, it's a strip club. It's an adult entertainment site. Just really, there's a little bit more on this, but I read this whole article and it's the one rich guy being like, I'm just going to word it whatever way I need to. Like here, FYE Ultra Club features burlesque performers, aerialists, musicians, and world-class DJs, professionals who are part of a curated artistic program designed to deliver a premium entertainment experience. We do not employ or host strippers, and we consider that term inaccurate and derogatory when referring to performers as artists who specialize in burlesque and theatrical dance. Theatrical lap dances. There's also private rooms that people can go to in this. One of the women said that the red corsets and black bikini thong bottom fishnets high heels didn't match how the club had originally been described to her. Yeah, somebody's described the uniforms they're supposed to wear. A high-end kind of spot, very discreet, while she paid for the uniform, complete a training session involving a walkthrough of the club in the outfit, and then worked in the club when it opened. Not everyone did, she said. So they were trained to wear an outfit that is super revealing and walk around the club, and that's why the club got the 10 million. So here is where we see some of the corruption. Fundraisers and a wedding. The sprawling horticulture building is not only a nightclub. Starvorsky's business also allows it to be booked for private events and have for years. The Ontario Progressive Conservative Party hosted a few fundraisers there in early 2022. Shocking! Around the time the office of then Labour Minister Mont McNaughton awarded the SEI the first of the 4 grants it has received from the Skill Development Fund, records show. So shocked. So shocked. The Minister of Labour accepted applications for funding from the second round and so on and so forth. Also, for the ministry to sign the funding agreement within second round receipts, blah, blah, blah. The provincial government spending disclosure shows this. The PC party said in a financial that it paid $31,000 in fundraising expenses. Okay, as information and financial, blah, blah, blah. So these fundraisers held at this venue that just received $10 million helped the PC party raise hundreds of thousands of dollars in political contributions, which are largely used to bankroll its election campaigns. So in June 2023, the PC's campaign manager, Corey Tenskl, celebrated his wedding at the Horticulture Building. So they had their wedding at this venue that received $10 million. Yeah. So this Corey has been a long trusted informal advisor to Ford and runs a lobbying firm, Rubicon Strategy. Rubicon has registered lobbied for about a dozen different companies and other groups, including Grand Bazaar and SEI, that have benefited from Skill Development Fund. Corey did not respond to questions asked to him in an email about his wedding before the story's published. Starvorsky has been a Ford Nation guy figure for years. Really? Really? Anyway, more information on that. You can check out the article. I linked it, but yeah. Shocking that a adult entertainment club that has hosted fundraiser events and weddings for the Conservative Party of Ontario got $10 million in grants. That's of taxpayer money. Taxpayer money going there. Because it's not like that, senior who's living in a collapsed tent could use that money. Not even all of it, but just a small fraction of it to have a safe place to live. It's disgusting. So Marit Stiles also pointing out this. She's the leader of the Ontario NDP. She should have fucking stepped down. Anyway, 10 million taxpayer dollars money you worked hard for to a strip club owned by Doug Ford, ally, in the same building where Doug Ford's campaign manager got married. Last week, a worker in Ingersoll told me the community is turning their union hall into an emergency food bank. So yeah. While some places are in need of emergency food banks, $10 million goes to an adult strip club. Well, strip club. They're all adult. Ontario Liberal Party also bitching about the same thing. We don't really need to go over this because it's talking about the same thing. Because they're all very upset about this 10 million public funds going to the owners of a strip club. And they should be. They should be. Meanwhile, things that are being underfunded because of this government, things like the court system, leads to horrendous situations like this. So again, from Catherine Fife, she's been on this for a while. She tried to get a bill passed called Lydia's Law to prevent this sort of thing from happening. But Doug Ford, again, is underfunding the court system. So that $10 million that went to that strip club could have been going towards making sure we have enough judges in place so that suspects of sexual assault don't get to just walk away without even a trial.
Minister, I hope that we can agree that sexual violence is one of the most heinous crimes because it is about power and stealing the humanity of another person. I'm talking about survivors of sexual violence getting justice in the court system. Why are you so resistant to ensuring there's some transparency on the numbers of sexual assault cases that are being dispensed in our court system?
I don't think it's fair to say that we're not doing anything and that we don't know what we're doing. We are, in fact, doing capacity building to deal with this in particular.
You mentioned the word fair here. What's not fair, Minister, is when a woman has the courage, after experiencing a heinous crime, to pursue justice and then to have the courtroom closed because of insufficient resources, to have a lack of access to legal aid and community supports to help her navigate the trauma of being assaulted. And how, for you to use the word fair within this context, after you already dispensed and silenced Lydia, who had the courage to come to this place and raise her case, is incredibly insulting for a minister of the Crown. And I need you to understand that the system that you are talking about from your notes does not exist in the real world for survivors of sexual assault. It does not.
Just absolutely horrible that people who, you can't say that they are guilty of it, but people who have been credibly accused of doing these horrendous crimes can just walk away because these systems are underfunded. And then Doug Ford will always complain about bail reform and that people should just be locked away forever and ever and ever. And meanwhile, he's purposely underfunding the system so that horrible criminals like this can just walk away scot-free. So also, we weren't out of money enough, the revenue drops below $2 billion for the first time in a decade after alcohol liberalization. So, a reminder, I was covering this story in great detail. The LCBO was a government-run liquor board. And so all the alcohol sold in Ontario, other than some like wineries and whatnot in the beer store, well, all that money would go back to the government. All the profits would go back to the government. And they were all run by the government. They were clean. They were secure, they were isolated stores so that, underage drinkers would have a harder time getting in there. People who were just, maybe dealing with alcohol addiction, it wouldn't be in their face all the time unless they actually went into a liquor store. Well, then Doug Ford went and spent hundreds of millions of dollars to make it so that alcohol can be sold across the street from a high school in convenience stores. So that's constantly in your face. Basically, Doug Ford wants you to be drunk and at strip clubs. That's what he's trying to do. Make you drunk and at strip clubs. So all that money that we would have been getting from the LCBO, which is now going to private corporations, well, it's now below $2 billion for the first time in a decade. So that's so much money that could have been going towards our healthcare, our education, and housing that is now just going into the profits of corporations. So more than a year after Premier Doug Ford allowed convenience stores and more grocery stores to begin selling alcohol, Ontario's publicly owned liquor store is grappling with falling revenue. The fall economic statement maintains a projection from the budget in the spring showing that this year, for the first time in a decade, LCBO will take in less than $2 billion. The drop in money brought in by the Crown Corporation after alcohol market changes is something the employees repeatedly warned about during the strike last summer. Towards the beginning of 2024, the Ford government announced it had agreed to a $225 million fee with the beer store to break its contract as an exclusive alcohol retailer. That fund, which ordered beer store to keep 300 stores open, allowed the government to expand alcohol sales across the province. During the summer, the backdrop of the major strike, okay, I don't think we need to go over the rest of this. You get it. You get it. Also, this hasn't helped alcohol become cheaper. This has actually made alcohol more expensive. So, just stay drunken in strip clubs. But also, if we weren't wasting enough money there, T-Dot resident pointing out the Therm Spa, which used to be Ontario Place, which used to be a public park, which was sold off to a foreign investor for hundreds of millions, will cost the taxpayers over $85 billion after the 95-year lease is done. So, Doug Ford wanted to get rid of leases, month-to-month leases for tenants in apartment buildings, but the 95-year lease at the Therm Spa, that's all cool. It will cost us $85 billion. Yeah, it's the worst deal in the history of the province. They also got rid of the Science Center. The other leaders should be making this a policy pledge that they will cancel the contract, even though that means that they'll have to pay a fine. Because that fine in canceling the contract is far, far, far smaller than the amount of money that's being wasted on this fucking spa.
On the Ontario Place thermal lease, with the information disclosed from the Ontario Auditor Report, the $2.237 billion taxpayer investment. There are no returns on this investment because the tenant doesn't pay anywhere near enough rent. So every year, this $2.237 billion is not paid down. The debt actually grows. Every year it grows and the interest compounds for 95 years. At 95 years, this $2.237 billion will have grown. The debt will have grown to $85.7 billion. On the Ontario Place thermal lease.
It's just, yeah, that spa deal. Doug Ford constantly trying to claim that somehow that will be like the #1 tourist destination in Canada, that it's going to bring in all this money. A fucking spa. That's not exactly, you know, when you're 8 years old and you want to go to an exciting adventure with the family and stuff like that, and you ask your parents, you know, Mommy, Daddy, can we go to a spa for spring break? Ontario Place had the Cinesphere. It had a water park. It had lots of beautiful little shops. It had a wildlife park. It was a place families could go to and spend quality time together. You don't do that in a fucking spa. So, also, Doug Ford doesn't care about the environment. So this is from Colin DeMello. The Ford government is making major changes to the greenhouse gases tracking, eliminating the province's requirements to establish reduction targets, create a climate change plan, and report progress to the public. This was included in the fall economic statement. Just freezing this on the screen. You can read it if you like. Just absolutely garbage what this government is doing. Just a little bit of a side note. Here, Doug Ford can, this is from Marit Stiles, saying, here, Doug Ford can call me a liar all he wants. It won't change the fact that his job's a disaster. Ontarians are exhausted day after day. They see job losses and another story of conservative insider walking away with taxpayer dollars. No strings attached. When will the Premier put an end to pay-to-play schemes and restore trust in government?
I'll ask the Premier to withdraw.
Withdraw that she's a liar.
Every day, not only is there a new headline with more job losses, but there's a new scandal of this government's making, right? Every day, another headline, another story about some conservative insider. Maybe he's a strip club owner, maybe not, but they've cashed in on this government's pay-to-play scheme. Oh, yeah. No, but there was a strip club owner there.
Through the Speaker.
And I think you know it, because he was delivering the hot dogs at your barbecues, Premier.
I'll ask the Premier to withdraw.
Withdraw that she's a liar.
I'll ask the Premier to withdraw.
Did he withdraw? No, you're not. All right, great. This government, once again, the Premier's got to keep calm here for a minute. This government only helps those who help them. Premier, when are you going to put an end to this pay-to-play scheme and restore trust in government?
So for those of you who don't know, there are language laws here in Canada, blah, blah, blah. Well, anyway, the Speaker of the House should have kicked Doug Ford out. House laws are you are not allowed to, even if it is true, call someone a liar. That is House rules. You're not allowed to call someone a liar, even if you are accurately calling them a liar. In this case, he was not accurate, but he definitely called her a liar. So he should have either taken it back or been sent out. The House Speaker is not doing their fucking job, and it's always this way. You know, it's always one side gets cut more slack than the other. And when it's Doug Ford, he gets cut a lot of fucking slack, because this isn't the first time this has happened to Marit Stiles. There was another minister, Sylvia Jones, also accused her of being a liar, and she had to withdraw the comment.
The Leader of the Opposition.
The Deputy Premier just said it's raining, so I guess none of us have to worry. Boy, I tell you, that is, you did. Anyways, this question is for the Premier's.
Order. To withdraw her unparliamentary comment. Insanity.
I will withdraw my unparliamentary language, but the official opposition also...
I'll withdraw it, but she's still a liar.
I'm going to ask the Deputy Premier, Minister of Health, to withdraw without reservation or comment.
Anyway. The House Speaker should have told Doug Ford that he has to withdraw the comment or been kicked out. And they did not do that because Doug Ford doesn't have to play by the same rules and restrictions as everyone else. Anyway, I have one more small docket to go over. And kind of just like little odds and ends. Okay, like 2 odds and ends. But before we do that, go and check the SandBox. I had to go and sneak some chocolate when I was getting my new drink. Have a good night, 56 Nick Rich, if you're still lurking. Let's see. Seriously, Bad Lefty, are you still here? Like, isn't it like 4 a.m. your time? Not quite that far, but not far off. Must be a night person. I'm a night person, but I'm forced to live mostly during the day. Okay, saw those, saw that. Ah, 56 Nick Rich asking about tiny homes. Wild West loves tiny homes. I think tiny homes can be useful for transitional homes for people coming off the streets. It just gives them a stable, clean place to live. I don't see them as long-term ideal places, but there are some people who would prefer that style of living. Just like there are some people who would prefer like a lodge style where you have your own room and your own like half bathroom, like toilet and sink and stuff. But then you go and you have like a cafeteria you go to, you have an open lounge for people who live in the building. You have like a, it's like a university dorm. So there's like a separate washroom that you can go to for showering and stuff of that sort. Some people feel more comfortable in those places. Like you need a variety of options. Like I live in my apartment here by myself. I do not do well with roommates. Some people do. I do not. Some people thrive with a roommate. They feel more secure with a roommate. I cannot stand living with other people. It's just a hard no. So we need a variety. So tiny homes are not a solution, but they do help some people. And so all avenues should be looked at when it comes to housing. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot, great googly moogly. This is egregious. Yeah. Talking about the women forced to live in a collapsed tent. It's just disgusting. I have not seen the new Predator movie yet. Fuel Mar music. I probably will at some point. Looney Tunes. Hi, Sandy. Thanks for coming on my show. Even though my audio fucked up, it was still a great conversation. Yes, everyone, go check out Looney Tunes live stream from Friday. I was on his show, and we had a conversation, and I showed off a bunch of my artwork, and it was a great conversation. At least what I could hear of him. Grand Theft Autobot, fuck's sake, Starvarsky even sounds like a comic book villain's name, like he's become a star of a theme super villain or something. Yeah. Looney Tunes, oh for fuck's sakes, are First, our government is set to reopen with a vote tonight. Now this shit, yeah. I don't know what's been happening in American politics over the last 6 hours, so. I'm sure the majority report will be covering it tomorrow. Grand Theft Autobot. Holy fuck, how many awful things is this one guy doing? Shit, Trump is awful, but this guy is just as bad, if not worse. Just he keeps his head down. Yeah, like... I don't know, like, if Trump and Ford are comparable, but that's, I think, just due to scale. Like, if we reverse situations, I think Doug Ford would be just as corrupt or worse as Donald Trump is if he was, like, president of the United States. And I think Donald Trump would be just as bad as Doug Ford as premier of this province. So I think if you reverse the situations, but, like, is Doug Ford more corrupt than Donald Trump? I don't think so, but that's only because he doesn't have access to the same scale of things as Donald Trump. But he is so corrupt. No, I'm not sick, B-Cat. I just get a dusty, runny nose every now and then. Or, like, dust and cat fur can get up my nose and sets it off. Grand Theft Autobot, we need some kind of impeachment rules to kick him out, the fuck out, but I know it won't happen. We don't live in this justice world. Yeah, there needs to be mechanisms put in place, but even then it would require the public being engaged. Like, if the public was engaged, he wouldn't be premier to begin with. Because after his first term and the horrendous things he was responsible for, he would have never got reelected. But the public doesn't engage. They're not plugged in. They don't know what's happening. Because there's no way he should have been reelected twice. But when more than half the population doesn't come out to vote, and his voters are very eager to make sure he stays in, and so they're enthusiastic about going to the polls where nobody else is enthusiastic to go to the polls, that's what you get. That's why I'm really pissy that the NDP didn't replace Mart Stiles. She's not going to bring people out to vote. She's just not. I have no idea who the Liberal candidate or the Liberal leader will be, because they're currently in need of a new leader for the Ontario NDP, because Bonnie Crombie had the good grace to finally step down after losing her own riding. But Marit should not be leader of the Ontario NDP. We need someone like a Zora Mandami or Rob Ashton, who's currently running for leader of the federal NDP. My God, if he ran to be leader of the Ontario NDP, he'd have it. He'd have it. Like, if he was the leader of the NDP here, we would have an NDP government, plain and simple. I never really lived alone until my 40s, and now I'm unsure if I could live happily or peacefully with someone else. Even forced to live with family members when I was a kid, I hated it. I need my space. I've always been like that. BCAT says Ford is better at hiding his depravity. I think Ford is more likable than Donald Trump, because there's a lot of people, like a lot of Trump's base like Donald Trump, but the people within the government don't like him. Whereas I think Doug Ford is just more likable. Like he used to anyway, get along with Mark Carney. I think the people in his staff like him because he's a very folksy person. Doug Ford is very charismatic when it comes to an audience and talking in front of people. And I think that just makes him more likable. Let's see, Looney Tunes. I'm hearing from sources that the U.S. government is going to reopen with a deal in place, but it comes with a vote. Poor air traffic controllers are basically needing help. BCAT, I will not fly under this administration. I would not recommend air travel for anyone in the United States right now. Okay, just have one small docket to go, so let's get through it, shall we? And then I can go check on my photo. So I've been saying before that there's this issue that we have, that when you have one conservative government that's allowed to get away with certain things, then other conservative governments will look at that and say, you know what, us too. You did it, so shall we. And well, yeah, that happened. So Alberta charges you for COVID vaccines now, most people. Quebec is looking at that like, yeah, we'll do that too. And just so you know, I'm currently in the works to try to get on somebody to talk about these topics, this and a couple other topics. He was on the live stream for Mandami's election. He specializes in infectious diseases and stuff. And so I'm talking with him right now to get him to come on to talk about the COVID vaccines, the measles outbreak, and I've not covered it on my channel yet, but the ostrich farm situation. I didn't feel like it was worth covering, but to have a infectious disease expert on, I think it would be much more interesting to cover it that way. So Quebec is now going to start charging for COVID vaccines.
Made in Canada. For the first time, Moderna's COVID-19 shots and others are now rolling out. The question is, do you need one?
COVID-19 is not a thing of the past. It is an ongoing problem with ebbs and flows, but right now we're on the uptick.
Canada's independent vaccine panel recommends COVID shots for higher risk groups, including anyone over 65, pregnant, those over 6 months with underlying medical.
See, how hard is it to do this? Pregnant people. Sorry, I have to put in a little dig to TYT when I can. Nobody would notice except for people who aren't paying attention to TYT. Sounds perfectly reasonable to just say pregnant people.
Conditions, living in long-term care, or in underserved communities. Data shows updated COVID-19 vaccines offered up to 76% protection against hospitalization for up to 2 months.
You actually will get nice a fourfold increase in the antibody levels compared to if you didn't get this vaccine.
For most Canadians, COVID vaccines will be free, except in Alberta and Quebec, which plan to charge residents up to $180. Some pharmacists say offering free flu and COVID shots was a logical way to protect people.
Santé Québec has been talking about is let's go preventative, which I think is laudable. And yet now we're going backwards with COVID.
While Quebec still plans to cover all high-risk groups, Alberta says not everyone over 65 will be covered, and shots won't be offered in pharmacies, citing waste and cost.
It's just looking at that cost of the vaccine itself, but ignoring those long-term costs.
The average cost estimate of a COVID-19 hospital stay per patient is over $24,000. COVID ICU admissions run more than double that. These old
preventative health care saves so much money in the healthcare system. Preventative health care. The amount of money spent on COVID shots is nothing compared to how much money is spent when people need to go to the hospital because of COVID. And all this talk about like, oh, well, you know, ebbs and flows, it's not. What happens when a new strain of COVID comes out and people feel like they don't need to get their COVID shot because of all this talk, and it's much more, it makes people much more sick, it's much more lethal and stuff of that sort. Then what's going to happen to those hospital costs?
Older adults in Edmonton want the vaccine.
I will go to Saskatchewan to visit family or BC to visit friends, and I will get the shot there.
A simple step to help stay out of hospital and on the court. Christine Burak, CBC News, Toronto.
So here's more from CBC on this topic. Most people in Quebec have had COVID. So this change comes as federal funding for COVID-19 vaccine ends, shifting the responsibility for purchasing vaccines and setting the immunization schedule to the provinces and territories. So that's why we're seeing it now, of course, because as soon as the province has to start budgeting and paying for it, it's like, you know what, maybe people should just get sick and die rather than us pay for these vaccines. So Police says the vaccine no longer has the same effectiveness for everyone, as people who are not at-risk groups have acquired immunity that helps prevent serious illness. Do you know what? Then none of us need the flu shot. Because we've all had the flu. So I'm sure that means now that we have acquired some immunity and we no longer need the flu shot. Most people in Quebec have had COVID, if not several times, and they've also been vaccinated, he said. For people who are not considered at risk, there's not a great benefit to being vaccinated. Same with flu. Just apply all of this to the flu. Bully added, although clarified that public health is not against vaccination for the general population. Quebec's immunization committee recommended prioritizing vaccine for people age 75 and older, and so on and so forth. Where to get it? So others, like healthcare workers and pregnant people, are encouraged to get free vaccines because they are at high risk or of developing severe illness and spreading it to those who are sick. He said people close to vulnerable person will have to pay for their vaccines. Yeah, so that's an issue. To protect their vulnerable loved ones, he said, they should avoid contact if they show symptoms of an illness. But you know, part of the problem with COVID was people could be carrying it and be asymptomatic. And so here it's like, well, if you have a vulnerable person in your life, well, we're still not going to give you the vaccine. It's just if you start feeling a little tickle in your throat, just don't go near them, even though you might live in the same space as them, the same home, the same bedroom. You might not show symptoms you're sick. Well, you're contagious. That's why everyone should still be getting their shots if they can. I got mine. I got my flu and COVID shot. Luckily, they're still free in here in Ontario. But yeah, no, if you can get them, get them. It is just, it's criminal that these simple, life-saving things are being denied to us from greedy politicians. Politicians that don't give a fuck about the people. Got a kitty cat on my lap. He really likes shoving his butt up in the air. Okay. So, mentioned I was going to talk about this briefly. So, Zora Mandami will be the next mayor of New York City. I was on the live coverage of it with on this space, so people can go back and check that out. There's lots of live coverages on it, but here again, conservative things can encourage other conservative governments to go worse, but then also, and this is why Canada needs to keep, for the sake of Americans, Canada needs to keep a good health care, because as long as we have good health care, the Americans can look at us and say, see, they can do it over there, therefore we can. And right now, Zoran is saying, see, Quebec is doing this thing, so can we, and Quebec proves that this is a good thing, so we should do it too.
The last thing I'll say is
Oftentimes we talk about these initiatives only through the frame of cost as opposed to what they generate. These initiatives would also generate significant economic benefit. $700 million is the cost of free buses. The assessment from experts is that it would generate $1.5 billion in economic benefit. $6 billion is the cost of universal childcare. When they implemented it in Quebec, it had a 10-to-1 return because there were so many more single mothers and mothers of young children who were now entering into the workforce. My point is that we have to also understand that we can only benefit. The last thing I'll say is often...
Yeah. Look after the children, then the parents can go into the capitalist world and make the money that the governments so very much want them to do. You know, help them raise their family. That's what governments should be doing. And also about the free transit, I brought this up before during one of the debates, and I've covered it on my channel before, but this is an old article, it's a year old, from CBC. Free transit actually is a thing, and you might be surprised where. And so here it's in Orangeville. Yeah, Orangeville. So by the end of the year, they had an increase of 150 to 160%, according to Mayor Lisa Post, and this was for making the transit free in their community. And people are able to get around more. People could get to their jobs. It made life so much easier. So free transit is seen by advocates as a social equity policy that helps people with lower incomes. And when priced right, reliable transit can also reduce traffic and pollution. Orangeville isn't the first city in Canada to offer free transit for everyone, but it is the largest. Yeah. And whenever things like this or basic income or free childcare is done, do you know what happens? And studies are done on it. Do you know what happens? It shows it works. It works. That's what it comes down to. It works. Now, to bitch about some of the people here. Heather McPherson. Congratulations, Zoran Mandami, on an incredible win. You've shown what's possible when we're being more, when we bring more ideas to the table and put people first. A powerful reminder that change starts with us. And like I said, she's running to be the leader of the federal NDP right now. She's the only one who is running who is currently an MP. But the Thorn is pointing out Mandami would have never passed NDP vetting. Now, I've talked a bit about liberal people who are sycophants, and I like Christo. He does a lot of great stuff. He was very encouraging of me, actually, when I first started my YouTube channel. But he's a bit head in the weeds when it comes to the NDP, because he says Joel Hardin and Matthew Green ran for the NDP, and Matthew explicitly campaigned for Jama against the ONDP candidate. He wasn't disciplined for doing so. He also lost his riding because the NDP wasn't supporting him at all. Also, when he was helping out Sarah Jama, who was kicked out of the NDP caucus for supporting Palestinians just a few days after October 7th, he was already an MP. Like, he was already past the vetting. If he had to pass the vetting after he did this, he would not pass it. So, yeah, they didn't discipline him for doing these things after the fact, but had this been the reverse order, he absolutely would not have passed vetting. Progressives don't pass vetting for the NDP, which is part of the reason why the NDP is no longer a progressive party. And so I'm just pointing out, I didn't pass the vetting for the federal NDP the second time round because I have a sense of humor and the tendency to speak my mind. If Matthew supported Jama before he was an MP, he would have never passed vetting. They don't want progressives. They want the status quo. And it pisses me off because here's Heather McPherson congratulating him on a credible win. And here's Marit Stiles also congratulating Zoran on a huge, inspiring victory tonight. A win for New York, an affordable agenda that puts working people first. The whole world watches as you made history. Your campaign showed that we can do politics differently, that cynicism doesn't have to prevail, and that hope can win. You've done something truly remarkable. Mandami, and somebody's just saying, Mandami, we are going to freeze the rent, make buses fast and free, and provide universal childcare. Marit Stiles. Affordability agenda and no clear policy planks, just NDP comms, vague platitudes. That's the thing, is that the NDP leaders are so quick to congratulate a socialist like Mandami and raise him up and say, look at these great ideals, while never proposing the same fucking thing. And in fact, will make sure that people who would support and propose that don't get into the party to begin with. It makes me so mad that they're so willing to use Mandami or other people like him as this wonderful ideal, but never try to match that. Because if Marit Stiles ran like Mandami in the last election, she would have won. She would have given people a reason to go out to the polls. If she was saying, you know what, there'd be free childcare across the board because there's the federal childcare program, but that it's not free for everyone. If she had run on helping cities with free transit, if she had run on all these other things, freezing the rent, reducing the rent, all of these things, she would have won because the people desperately want that. But nobody came out to vote for her because you couldn't tell her apart from the Liberal candidate. Literally, you couldn't. They looked the same, they acted the same, they had the same type of proposals and policy. The NDP regularly screens out people who would actually help the party grow. Like, it's just, I get this weird sense that all Liberal insiders have taken over the NDP party and are purposely sabotaging it from within to make sure that it never becomes the Progressive Party, because it's like the FRD thing down in the States. If an NDP party got into power and was actually the Progressive Socialist Party that it was founded on, there would never be another party in power. And here with our parliamentary system, that is entirely doable. There's no term limits, as long as Doug Ford is proving that. As long as you hold favor, you get to keep your seat. And the other parties know that if the NDP were to become the socialist party that it was built on, and actually, propose policies and push through policies that socialized housing, had universal health care, extensive, that's not the word, comprehensive universal health care, dental care, hearing care, eye care, child care. If it did all of the things that it would promise to do, they would never lose power. Never. Because that's what the people want. The people want it. Anyway, that's it for all my news doggets. So, I can check the SandBox and then call it a night. I did not realize Tony Quayle had a Twitter account. Otherwise, I would have added it to the video. But it wasn't on his webpage and stuff, so I asked him for contacts. Oh, well. It was a good conversation. Please go check out the video. It still hasn't gotten over 100 views. I would like it to at least do that at a bare minimum. Share the video of my interview with Tony McQuail. He would make a great leader, but he would never win a general election, I don't feel like. Even if he were to become leader of the NDP. But I love his policies and stuff. So, it's one of those things. Sometimes the best qualified people are the best people who would deliver the best things. They don't get there for reasons. And it's sad. It really is, because I think Tony would be a phenomenal leader. Okay, let's check the SandBox. Okay, saw that. That was a short docket, so I don't have to go up that far, I guess. Okay. Okay, talking about living alone. Alice 1374, yep, that's something I'm noticing now. More living just with my sibling after mom passed away earlier this year. It's not necessarily my own, but his. Right, I think I know what you're talking about. No, I've had to have roommates before and live with people, and it never works. Yeah, BCAP. Frodo isn't doing terribly well right now. The mass on his neck is growing. He's been approved. Like, the surgeon at the vet said that they're okay. They've reviewed his file and they think it'll be okay to do the surgery to remove the mass, but I still don't have a date for the surgery. And he's been barely eating the past few days. He eats treats. He still drinks. I'm giving him subdural fluids, but he's not doing well. And I'm terrified of losing him. Especially in a November, that is just not a great month to be losing him. And it is on my mind all the time. I'm having troubles focusing on anything because that cat means the world to me. Like, if he had been on the decline before the mass on his neck, then I'd be having a different, consideration in what I do for him. But since he was so relatively healthy before it, still alert, running around, having a good quality of life, affectionate, he was eating and drinking. So really what I'm hoping right now, as bad as it sounds at first, is that the mass is causing him pain, and that's why he's not eating. And that once the mass is removed, he'll go back to eating and things will be just fine. And he still has a few years to live because, yeah, I don't know if I'll ever be ready to lose that cat. But as I say, I just know it's not now. He is my world. And thanks to a lot of people who have helped out with his bills and the car bills that I have, it's really keeping me afloat right now. I can't thank this community enough for all the generosity shown to helping me just keep my head above water. So right now I have enough money to cover off my car repairs and the vet bills already accumulated by Frodo, but I have no idea how much the surgery is going to cost. And so then that will be extra on top of what I already have. So I'll keep people posted. But I was just told on Friday that the vet feels okay with the surgery. I have no idea how long it'll be before he can get it. But I have let them know that the mass is growing so that hopefully they put an urgency on it. And just a reminder for people, because of the amazing generosity I got from people helping me out with my car bill and bills and my vet bills, is that I made a promise that for a certain amount raised, every time a certain amount was raised, somebody living with poverty would get a portrait at cost, one of my portraits at cost. This is the doggy portrait that I've done recently for a fundraiser that I donated to, a portrait to. It's basically done. I just need to do some minor tweaking on it, but it's something like this that you would be getting at cost. So it's just the charge of the professional digital scan, a print for my records, and shipping. But this is of a pet or a person. I think it turned out really well, this drawing. At least Soul Life isn't saying that it looks like his eyes are piercing into your soul. But yeah, probably just going to do some minor tweaking on it tomorrow. And then it's done. So if you would never be able to afford one of my portraits, but would like one, now's your chance. Email me at Sandy Lovis or at LeftoftheBox and let me know. And don't feel proud about it. Nobody has messaged me about it yet. Nobody. So this is open to potentially Yapon jumpers. It's just I would be very stressed about shipping it overseas. As somebody who's worked in supply chain, that is something that would freak me out. But if that's something you're willing to risk, then by all means. I have no idea how much it would cost to ship overseas. It's very light, at least. But yeah. And I would package it really well, but still I'd be so nervous. So nervous. But if it's something you feel like you'd be able to cover and would want the original drawing, then that's something you can do. Oh, hell, I'd even throw in like a signed copy of my book because I can just put it in. But then it would add weight to the shipment, so maybe not. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000. Fuck capitalism. Yeah. JK, I hope Mandami can succeed despite the plethora of capitalists who will actively work to block his reforms. Yes, that's something too that people need to make sure that their expectations are in line, because just because he gets to be mayor doesn't mean he's going to be able to push through what he wants because of exterior forces and stuff of that sort. It's the same, like even if we get the most progressive of the candidates to be the leader of the NDP, it doesn't mean it's going to change overnight because they still have to deal with the system within. As far as I'm concerned, the entire executive of the NDP, federally and provincially, need to go. They need to go. That party needs to be rebuilt. Reference frame, like I said, Tony has my vote, but I agree he will not win. Yeah. And it's yet to be seen if he'll even make it to the actual vote, because they have fundraising targets that they need to meet in order to be able to maintain. Like, he's currently a candidate, but if he doesn't make these benchmarks, then he'll be knocked out of the race. So it's hard to say. I saw somewhere that so far Heather McPherson has the most fundraising, followed by Avi Lewis, and then Rob Ashton. And it's usually the person who raises the most money who wins. I really do like Heather. She will not help the NDP. She won't. Any seats won under her as leader is their seats that would have gone to the NDP no matter who was in charge. Rob Ashton, I feel a little bit more for. You know, I feel like he could do a better job of getting people outside of the party, getting people who regularly would sit at home to come out and vote. I don't feel A.V. Lewis would. He's it's too much nepotism. He's a generational NDPer. But you know what? I would love to be able to talk to them about it. Just don't tell them ahead of time that I'm actually going to challenge them on these things. But it'd be nice to actually be able to talk to them about their leadership campaigns. Grand Theft Auto Bop or Kitty, pets need to be covered by healthcare as long as we still have it. People consider pets member of the family, except when it comes to healthcare. Why? Yeah, I am. Like, if he could have gotten the surgery back when I was first concerned about the spot, but it was always, oh, we don't think it's anything major right now. And then it just started to grow. And then it started to grow fast. And then got the blood work to see if he was healthy enough for the surgery. And then I had to go in for a second round of blood work to double check some things. And then that all takes time. But if I could go to a vet, but that was at the not-for-profit vet. If I could afford to go to a regular vet, then I could have had those results in much faster. But the cost for that would be astronomical. I just want him to be okay. And he's been barely eating. Tomorrow I'll go out and get like Fancy Feast to see if that helps. I'm going to give him an old medication, so it's a liquid appetite stimulant. It's technically expired, but I've been giving him the pill appetite stimulant, and it doesn't seem to be working, so I'm going to switch back to liquid. He hates the taste of it. Like, you can see the expression on his face, how much he hates it. But if it helps him to eat a little bit more, because he is eating, but just a little bit, and he needs to be eating a lot more. He is still drinking on his own, too. So, yeah, but the mass on his neck is getting very concerning. So, I will be out of commission for a while. with the surgery, I'll be out of commission because I'll be super stressed about that. If I lose him, I don't even want to think about it because I'll end up bawling. So the reference frame. Can I pet the drawing? Yeah, it's a nice little doggy. Hello, Bobby. Yeah, I was able to show the drawing to the daughter because she volunteers at the same place. So her mother came to the fundraiser and bid it on the silent auction and got the drawing. And so the daughter volunteers at the same place that I volunteer. And I was able to show it to her, the progress of the drawing to her. And she's like, oh my God, my mom's so going to start bawling when she sees this. And that wasn't even the final drawing that I was showing her. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go in for some like minor little highlights and shading. And then I need to clean up the edges here because it's smudged just to make the border a little bit more white, but that doesn't matter too much. I might change the handkerchief a little bit, the handkerchief that was around the doggy's neck. I might change the eyes slightly. Like these are all like super minor changes that I'd be making, but it is pretty much done. Does it look exactly like the picture? No, it looks better than the fucking picture. Okay, so now that that doggy drawing is done too, that means that I'm going to be able to start focusing back on my TYT video that I desperately need to get done. So starting this week, depending on how my stress is doing with Frodo, that will be my main focus, is working on that, and getting that going. And I can't give a date as to when that video will be done because it's a slog. It is a slog. Building the script, like building the elements of the video as I go along, so that when I actually record the script of it, it doesn't take that much longer to actually edit in altogether. It's just Jank and Anna keep on talking, and it's like, oh, well, this is relevant to what I need to do. Blah, blah, blah. Because things have changed slightly with some of the sections of it. Because before I wasn't going to have a section of like, because the large part of it is showing how Jank and Anna have turned on people who were their friends and coworkers and colleagues and stuff. And how these are people who are ostensibly on the same side, but Jank and Anna have just gone scorched earth on. But then I'm going to also compare and contrast with like, so these right-wingers whom they said they would never get along with, they're now all buddy-buddy with. Like, it's just, they defend Marjorie Taylor Greene more than they do AOC. That kind of says it all. You know, they support MTG way more than AOC. That says it all right there. So there's that, plus all the issues and stuff that they've kind of turned on and whatnot. So still a lot of work on that video. But hopefully, because, yeah, probably 2027 left of the box. Yeah. Well, in mid-December and December, well, let's say the end of December, it would be a year since I really started on it. Because it was mid-December where I got the idea, but then I got the flu, like a really bad cold at the end of December. And that's when I started to like bulk watch a lot of the content for what I need for this video. And the idea really started to coalesce. So I'm hoping that it's just a year in the making and that I can get it out a bit before the new year. That's the hope. The reference frame, the people need the TYT video, the people demand the TYT video, but no rush. We love you, Sandy, and respect the process. Yeah, it's going to be a very detailed video. Yeah. And then my worry is it won't even get 1,000 views. It's just all of this work, a year's worth of work put into it, to the point where I have put off clipping my own videos for live streams and stuff and working on other projects, holding off getting back to this book for videos that might get 1,000 views. Like, it's the grind. It's the grind of content creating. I hope it gets a lot more views than 1,000. But I've only had 3 videos to get over 10,000 views. And for a channel my size, that's not that great. Most channels, you know, just even a few thousand subscribers have easily had multiple videos that have gotten over that. So, fingers crossed, because, you know, my ultimate goal and I think my focus for the new year will be to get my channel to a point where it sustains me enough that I no longer have to turn to mutual aid to help me out in moments of crisis with Frodo, my car, or if I need a new computer, that it's something that I'll be able to handle on my own. That's the ultimate goal anyway. Okay, well, I'm toast. Hello, Lanier. I still need to eat like a dinner, and it's almost 11 o'clock at night. Come here, Lanier. I had to pull blue streamers out of his ass last week because it was a prop for a costume once, like Dollarama pom-poms that are just like plastic streamers and stuff, and he got into it and ate a whole bunch of it. And he tried to crap it out, but it didn't all work. And so there was these blue streamers coming out of his ass that I had to get a Kleenex in. Yeah. This cat. Yeah, I'm toast. So let's put those up. Yeah, so catch me on this space Wednesday. My next news live stream, as far as I know, will be on Sunday. I don't know when I'll get the infectious disease expert on, but then it'll be a few days before that video is out because I'll have to edit it. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yes, Looney Tunes 9000. That's what happens when cat eats shit that they're not supposed to, and they don't barf it up. They'll eventually shit it out. And sometimes, if it's long and flexible, like a hair or a string, it doesn't come out all at one push. So, you disgusting little thing. You disgusting little thing. Yeah, so please buy my book. I can't wait to get back to it. I really cannot wait to get back to it. Enjoy the snow if you can. Let's hope we survive till next time, says Grand Theft Autobot. I wish that wasn't so close to home. Like it feels like that sometimes. Yeah. So thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you for the mods for keeping the sandbox clean of turds. Thank you to 56 Nick Rich for the super chats, for Tamil for Peace, for Free Palestine for the super chat, for Fulmar Music for becoming a member of the Sandbox. Don't forget, you can also become a patron. Linked up there. And Amazon wishlist and link below to help with stuff for my studios, art and YouTube, kitty cats, me, all that sort of stuff. Hello, Scouts is taken, finally coming up just to say that you're last. Anyway. And thank you to everyone who's already become members and all the wonderful people who've donated. It's because of people like you that I've been able to stay at this as long as I have. And one day become a super successful YouTube channel. So, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.